Introduction. Intuition is the inner spark of life. It can bring us wonder, meaning, connection, instant answers, and an overflowing knowledge of life force, motivation, and spiritual understanding. Living by one's intuition creates a power and presence that flows into all areas of life, affecting our awareness, perceptions, and everyday realities in positive ways. It is a way of connecting with the universe and nurturing this relationship. This course is about guiding you to connect to your own inner knowing. Perhaps you may feel creatively blocked, or stuck in a particular worldview that isn't working for you. There may be many reasons why you want to unlock your intuition, to win at cards, to connect to your spiritual self, to divine answers to reality's age-old questions, to help you in your chosen career, or to improve your personal life and health. No matter what you will use your intuition for, this course will assist you to unlock the flow of intuitive power and activate the innate gifts you have, so that self-doubt is a thing of the past, and you can learn to trust your own innate understanding. Intuition can make your life flow with greater ease, accuracy, and joy. It will be a crucial skill of the future. Finding meaning and stability in life is no longer a hobby or side affair. Humans everywhere are sensing something big occurring on the planet. What is it? What does it mean? Can we shift our perceptions to better work with the universal flow of energy and tap into the abundance of source energy? Can we make sense of an increasingly gargantuan amount of information and data from hundreds of sources? How do we make choices in our personal lives in the face of so much overwhelm? Many people are finding their emotional and physical lives in turmoil, their spiritual lives without meaning, and they are discovering a noise in the clutter of their life and culture. This growing awareness is the soul's desire to reach for more, to connect more. But how? Imagine how beneficial it would be to have direct access to truth, and the ability to hone one's perception about what is right and wrong for your life. Intuition can help you do this. It can cut through all the noise and get to the heart of the matter. Intuition is the starting point for self-actualization, self-improvement, increased awareness, and inner growth. It will help you to make lasting changes in your life on multiple levels. This course will assist you in accessing your own inner authority and trusting the knowing that arises from within your heart. You will begin this course with an introduction to the architecture of intuition, and will come to understand what intuition is and how it is present in your life. You will examine the common myths about intuition and learn how it can work with rational thought and not in opposition to it. The first module will then culminate by exploring how intuition comes about. Here, you will investigate the four intuitive senses so you can understand its many faces. Moving on to Module 2, you will study how to create a clear lens so that your intuition gives you the correct information. This module will prepare and activate you as you begin your study of intuition. You will begin by learning how to clear internal noise and clutter, which can distort your intuition if left unchecked. Next, you will learn how to interpret signs and information intuitively and accurately before preparing your mind, body, and heart for intuitive practice by working with the 3 powers meditation. The third module will give you the tools you need to create a worldview that will augment your intuitive capacities. Here, you will explore how to shape your intuitive worldview to invite and attract intuition, learn how to activate synchronous awareness, and understand how to open and be available to the natural flow of insight and information from universal fields. You will also learn how to frame your mind to the concept of the shared pool of wisdom, so you can access any information you desire. In the fourth module, you will gain familiarity with your own intuitive feeling through the vibration of your body. You will begin this module by studying the language of the body and come to understand the body's 4 main reception areas for gathering intuitive information and insight. You will learn how to interpret the binary messages from the body and will practice intuitive embodiment techniques that will help ground your capacity for this type of intuition. Module 5 will help you develop heart-brain communication and use these perceptual tools for intuitive insight. With help from your inner self, you will activate your intuitive heart and understand its power to draw information from non-local sources. You will also come to understand how to interpret signs and information using the divinatory, knowing from the heart-mind. In Module 6, you will examine psychic intuition and ESP, Extrasensory perception. This module will begin with an introduction to your sixth sense and the role of the sixth chakra in developing your intuition. You will learn how to develop intuitive hearing, which is often called clairaudience. You will also expand your psychic and intuitive vision, as well as imaginative capacities. These are sometimes referred to as clairvoyance. Even if you are not a psychic, you can still develop these types of intuition in your own way. Module 7 will begin by examining the intuitive art of play and how play can be used to develop both creativity and intuition. You will learn how to play with association and relationship to generate ideas and answers to questions. You will also be introduced to the Trinity intuition technique, which is the act of uniting opposites to create insight and ideas. This can also be used for creative or artistic work. This module also teaches how you can access originality from the source to expand your own creative capacities. Module 8 will teach you how to access your subconscious mind, where all information is stored. You will learn how to derive intuitive insight from symbols, including archetypes, which is one of the languages of the subconscious. You will work with your dreams and study how to develop dreaming intuition. This module also explores how to use your dreams to divine insight and knowledge about your life. Module 9 will focus on applying your intuitive powers to create desired changes in your life in positive ways. You will engage in learning how to apply your intuition to heal, as well as how to apply it to make good decisions that will benefit your future. You will also learn how to use your intuition to assess relationships as well as find clarity about your life's direction. The final module of this course is about aligning with your intuition to assist you towards self-actualization. You will come to understand how to receive superconscious guidance from your own inner self, then learn how to translate mistakes and shadows into creative strength by developing your awareness. You will also learn how to actualize your own presence and intuitive genius by activating the breath body in order to awaken your inner power. You will culminate your study by understanding how intuition's power is greatest in the now, therefore, how to embody intuition in every moment of your life so you can uplift your reality using connection, meaning, and wonder. Let's get started. Mark lesson as what is intuition? Learning objectives. At the end of this module, you will understand what intuition is and how it is present in your life. Be familiar with some common myths about intuition and learn how it can work with rational thought and not in opposition to it. Be aware of how intuition comes about and familiar with the 4 intuitive senses that will help you understand its many faces. What is intuition? Intuition is an inner knowing or voice, a gut instinct that can give us answers, information, and knowledge beyond what we think we can know using our conscious mind or physical senses. Have you ever met someone and just felt that something wasn't quite right with them? Perhaps you felt a sense of danger from the person. Later you might discover that the person was indeed dangerous, and your instinct was correct. But how did you know? What clues were you picking up from the person subconsciously? How did your inner self tell you about that person, and give you the correct information when your conscious mind didn't know anything about them at all? From the perspective of intuition, the answer is that one's inner voice or body instinct told you, both of which are connected to subconscious information fields. Intuition is thus drawing from the subconscious, which knows more than our conscious minds. Sometimes, when you receive a knowing out of the blue, your conscious mind is unable to make sense of this knowing using logic. The conscious mind wants to know more. Where did the information come from? Why do you think that? What is your reasoning? But intuition can't always explain why, although it certainly can in some cases. Instead, intuition often shows up as a gut instinct, or a feeling that arises as a sensation of inner knowing, without our being fully aware of where the knowledge or information came from or how it was exactly arrived at. You may have thought something was off about the person you met, but what made you think that? You just knew. You didn't make a logical reasoning or an analysis. You simply arrived directly at the answer, taking a leap in logic. Because of this process, it is often thought that intuition is non-logical. But just because you aren't sure where the information came from doesn't make it a non-logical process. Intuition is a process that gives us the ability to know something without our conscious minds having to go through a rational, reasoning process of analyzing data. In the scenario given, the conscious mind thinks, "We have never met this person before, so how could we know they are dangerous?" The way we know is that we are connected to information fields that are non-local, one of which is the subconscious mind. In this example, the subconscious mind may have given you the clue. The subconscious knows everything. The subconscious is a storehouse of data across all times and dimensions. Because intuition gives us the capacity to know something without the conscious mind being in charge, it is able to bridge the conscious and subconscious parts of our mind. When our gut instinct tells us something, our rational mind may argue that you can't really know that, but if we do not brush our inner knowing aside, we can learn that our gut instinct is, indeed, often correct. Accessing intuition is like accessing a vital and powerful voice in our lives. When we do it, we are accessing information from sources other than the 5 physical senses. Intuition is our ability to tap into non-local and subconscious fields of information. We can then test this information against the conscious, rational information and make even better judgments about what is going on. For example, say your subconscious supplies you instantly with the warning, "That person is dangerous." Then you can become aware and start to notice physical clues that may either correspond with your intuition or negate it. Perhaps the person's energy feels off, and you saw that in physical terms by the way they moved, spoke, or their tone of voice. The tone of voice can tell you a lot about someone's energy. If you listen to the energy and tone, you won't be fooled by people who try to fake being kind, nice, or genuine. The intuitive voice comes not only from our subconscious, but from universal fields of information that we can access using the heart, higher mind, and inner perceptions. We will examine these fields more closely in another module in the course. For now, it is enough to understand that intuition is our sense of knowing that derives information from many sources, some of them seemingly from nowhere, and also gives us insight into this information, helping us to make good choices and discern what is true or not true. The information gathering comes from many different sources, logical and superrational, but intuition itself is the flash of insight that seems to come from nowhere but within. The conscious mind is adept at logic. In contrast, the subconscious mind will search through the databases of past, present, and possible futures to find an answer. Often, the subconscious also works through illogical reasoning, symbolism, and body senses, all of which seem to defy rational thought, but can actually complement and work with it. The subconscious, connecting to information in nonlinear ways, is generally a process that seems cryptic and mystical to the logical mind and the physics of time and space. In this course, you will become quite familiar with accessing the subconscious and allowing intuition to leap, spark, and become a familiar flame in your life by trusting this process. To sum up, intuition is the flash of insight and knowing that may arrive instantly, without the mind's logical analysis. This does not mean it is non-logical, though. It will make logical sense in the context of your life and thus will feel right. Myths about intuition. There are many myths surrounding intuition, so we want to clear up a few of these before we proceed. Let's take a look at a few common misperceptions about intuition, what it is, how it works, and who is capable of accessing it. The following 3 myths are the most commonly accepted as true, but are generally myths that don't accurately represent what intuition is or how it works. Myth 1. You have to be born with the gift. The most common myth about intuition is the belief that you have to be born with intuition, and that you cannot develop it as a skill. While some people are born more naturally intuitive than others, and how one is raised in childhood has a huge impact on whether you arrive at adulthood with your intuitive faculties intact, this does not mean you can't study and develop intuition from scratch. Everyone has the ability to do so because everybody has a heart, a mind, a soul, and a connection to the universal field of wisdom. Everybody has physiology and a nervous system, which are 2 systems, of many, that are involved in body intuition. You do not have to be born with some special gift. You are the special gift by virtue of being human, and having a subconscious mind. Some people's intuitive capacities are shunted in childhood by their upbringing or schooling, and for these people, it can seem hard sometimes to reinstate that intuition. If we consistently shut it down, not only does it stop talking, but we find that we don't even know how to open the doors to invite it in again. If this is the case for you, don't worry. This course will offer exercises that you can work with to allow the flow of intuition to resume. Practice them, even if at first you do not receive the results you expected. If you are already somewhat intuitive, then you can use the exercises to go deeper. Myth 2. You have to be psychic to be intuitive. Another common myth about intuition is the belief that one has to be psychic, or have psychic abilities to be intuitive. While we will look at psychic capabilities later in the course, you do not have to be a psychic or have supernatural, clairvoyant, or clairaudient abilities to be intuitive. This is a common misunderstanding. Intuition arises from piecing puzzles together by being aware of sensory information, as well as non-local information, but it's something that can be opened to simply by opening to your higher mind, your widest heart, and the fields of information that all humans share at higher levels and dimensions. You do not have to be psychic to develop intuition. It's a natural human ability. Paranormal perceptions can be dramatic and intense, but you can be intuitive without them. Later in the course, we will also examine the different nuances between being intuitive and being psychic and what the difference is. In a way, being psychic is highly advanced intuition. Don't worry, you can still work with intuition even if you do not have extrasensory perception, ESP, can see the future, perform remote viewing, or practice telepathy. Myth 3. Intuition is the opposite of logic. Another common myth is the belief that intuition is the opposite of logic and that it arises in a way that cannot be discussed, repeated by logical methods, understood, or rationalized. This is untrue. Intuition is a powerful blend of the right brain and left brain processes. It often arises from communication happening between the two hemispheres of the brain. It often comes about when rational facts and non-rational facts are both considered and blended, and from this union, insight arises. We will examine the Trinity intuition technique in a later module of the course to learn how to use this type of intuition of uniting opposites to help the mind tap into creative insight. Creativity and creative thinking are not left or right-brained functions, and intuition is neither solely logical nor solely non-logical, but rather a powerful marriage of both yin and yang, logic and supralogic, dark and light, male and female aspects. The rational is not to be done away with in this course, but rather it is one of the tools you will require in your study. We will not be splitting the rational and the intuitive, but rather uniting them, and in this unison, uniting your own powers with universal powers. Intuition can be a bridge between your human physical self and your inner, magical self. This is not to say that sometimes intuition will not leap beyond conscious, rational thinking. It will and does. It will sometimes be suprarational, mystical, and full of mystery and wonder. Sometimes you won't know exactly where the answer came from or exactly why you know it, but the answer itself will still make perfect sense to your rational mind, and it will fit in the context of the situation very well. Subconscious information, while being accessed in ways that are non-logical, will still produce coherent information sets that make sense to the rational and logical mind. Once the mind can get around the concept that the information is coming from non-local sources, the logical mind can work with the mystical sense of wonder that is part of one's intuitive senses. As such, both parts of you, left and right brains, yin and yang, all come together when intuition is involved. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson Part 2, Part 2, How Intuition Arrives, the Four Intuitive Senses. Sometimes, intuition arrives as a flash of insight. So how does this come about? Let's demystify the process, so you understand how to allow your intuition to work for you. Then we will look at the four intuitive senses you can work with to expand your abilities. For intuition to work, most often, the conscious mind has to be not actively thinking thoughts or be too busy. Intuition comes from various non-local information fields. To access these, the conscious mind can be gently relaxed, so other parts of you can be activated. The conscious mind is a powerful force. When it is active and busy, the intuitive senses don't have a chance to speak. Thus, quietening the conscious mind is one way to develop intuition. Quietening the conscious mind. Here's a quick exercise to quiet the conscious mind. Take a deep breath and, as you exhale, look at where you are. Notice details you weren't noticing before about your body or environment. Don't think about the details, just be aware of them as you exhale. Take another deep breath. On the exhale, be aware of further details of your environment. This is a quick and easy way to shift from the conscious thinking mind to awareness of your environment, simply by using the breath. As the conscious mind gives up its dominance and stops thinking about something, it quietens, and you start to just be. Awareness flourishes as you come into your breath and the now. As you do this, the other fields of information become more available to you. These other sources of information can be likened to a higher capacity guidance system. The fields of information you can connect to when you tap into intuition are higher frequency fields that contain past, present, and future data. These are encoded in non-local energy fields, but you don't have to consciously think to access them. Instead, they are accessed via presence, awareness, and through breathing. The heart can access these energy fields, as can the subconscious mind. The body can access these energy fields. Generally, the conscious mind cannot, but must let other parts of the human self open a channel to these information fields. This is essentially what intuition is, learning to open yourself to these information sources that are non-local energy fields. This course will show you how to do so in many different ways. You can start by understanding some of the ways we can tap into these fields by using our four main intuitive senses. We have more than these, but they are the most obvious ones and, therefore, the ones we will work with the most in this course. We will learn to use each of these intuitive senses to access intuition. The first thing to know is that each of these types of intuition has a reception area in the body. Let's investigate further. The four intuitive senses. To work with the four main intuitive senses requires that you learn to sense higher-order information using the body, the vision and higher mind, the intuitive heart, and the hearing. Let's take a look at each of these types of intuition. Intuitive feeling, body. The body is directly connected to the subconscious, and there is an entire module dedicated to unlocking the secrets and language of the body, as many people's intuitions will come directly from body knowing. One of the main areas of reception in the body is in the solar plexus. This is one of the key points of contact when learning to listen to gut instinct, though the entire body can be an antenna for awareness and intuitive feeling, so you should not confine your abilities to only the solar plexus. That said, it is a key and potent area of sensing and drawing intuition into the body. Of all the intuitive senses, intuitive feeling or body intuition is often the most accessible to people. Generally, most people will already have this type of intuitive activated, at least a little bit. For many people, it is the easiest to access and interpret. Often our intuition is literally called our gut instinct. The solar plexus is located at the area just above the navel. The navel is the focal point for this area of reception. It is the master antenna that gathers information and delivers it to you. Numerous nerve networks associated with the autonomic nervous system end in the navel area, spreading over the abdomen like a lattice of wires. The autonomic nervous system provides direct access for intuitive impressions from the subconscious mind to link to the body. It's also linked to every organ as well as the endocrine glands. It regulates all of the autonomic nervous system functions: pulse, blood pressure, breathing, metabolism. These functions can all provide insight to you via the body. Body awareness exercise. Here's a quick exercise to practice. Start with an inhale, and as you exhale, pay attention to your heartbeat, your pulse, your breath, and the sensations in your body. Feel your body. Become aware of it. Feel your solar plexus. Is it hard or soft? Is it happy or constricted? Note how it feels. These sensations are messages. As aforementioned, the navel is the main reception area for body knowing and body intuition. Have you ever felt butterflies in your stomach or gut, or a sense of danger or dread? Have you ever noticed how you turn your body to face something you are trying to read or get a sense of? This is because the navel area is like a giant hand that is catching information from non-local energy fields. You use your hands to feel and sense and gather information about something. The navel is the same, only it picks up energetic information as well as subconscious information. The body is linked directly to the subconscious, so subconscious information is arriving for you via your body's actual sensations. We will learn how to interpret these in a later module. For now, your homework is to start to pay attention to your navel and the sensations that exist there as well as in your whole body. The more aware you are of the sensations and messages, the more in tune with your intuition you will be. Intuitive vision, higher mind. Close your eyes and look up or bring your awareness to the upper parts of the body. The higher mind is also connected to a reception area in the body. It can be accessed in many ways, one of which is by lifting one's awareness to the top of the head or to the third eye area. The top of the head is one of the best reception areas for intuitive knowing, as here is the access point to channel information that descends from divine, cosmic, or spiritual sources. This area of the body corresponds with the 7th chakra. It is correlated with divine knowing, spiritual awareness, cosmic consciousness, and higher order information. It is located directly on the very top of the head, but can also extend downwards towards the third eye as well. It is connected to the pineal and pituitary glands in Eastern metaphysics. The other reception area for this type of intuition is the third eye, located at the center of the forehead. This can be activated to see intuitively, with awareness and perception. The higher mind is important for intuitive awareness, so you can sort out data and understand immediately and instantly which data points are relevant and which are noise, static, or non-relevant. The higher mind helps discern truth from fake. Higher mind intuitive exercise. Let's try a quick higher mind intuitive exercise. With your higher mind, become aware of an organ in your body. Imagine the organ. What does it look like? How is it feeling? Perhaps there is a throbbing in your heart area, or a gray light emanating from your spleen. Choose an organ and see if you can visualize and imagine it. Work with whichever organ captures your attention. Note how it feels and whether it is contracted, sleepy, expanded, in pain, or maybe some other descriptor. Now ask it, what do you need? What can you tell me about the current situation I'm dealing with? Listen for its response and see if you can make sense of it. How is it bringing you intuitive information about something you are currently going through? Repeat this exercise regularly, particularly after you have learned more of the techniques in this course and increased your awareness. Intuitive hearing, listening metaphorically. Intuitive hearing may be connected to the psychic ability of clairaudience, which is hearing voices or sounds in the mind that can give information and insight. Perhaps you are hearing someone else's thoughts, or the thoughts of a guide or spiritual advisor. However, intuitive hearing is not only this type of ability. It may also be your own inner voice that talks inside you, one that you can listen carefully for. This type of intuition is also highly connected to an ability to listen and translate what you hear into meaning on higher levels. Listening metaphorically means you may pick up a random person's speech, and suddenly the words mean something in a way different than they are intended. Say you are contemplating a decision about something and you hear someone beside you suddenly say, "Oh my goodness, yes," while talking on their phone. In an intuitive state, you will know if this message was meant for you or not. We will further examine this type of intuition later in the course. For now, begin to activate your intuitive awareness when it comes to hearing, allowing messages to come from your external or internal hearing. We will develop this intuitive sense later in the course. Heart intuition, loving awareness. The heart has access to multidimensional fields of information. It is a portal to wisdom and higher intelligence because it generates an electromagnetic field as well as reads other electromagnetic fields. It thus taps into the information encoded in these fields. This is not mystic hope, this is actual science. The energy field generated by the heart is real. Science has proven that the heart emits an electromagnetic field that extends in a torus-like shape approximately 8 feet in diameter. This field both receives and transmits information and is modulated by emotion. Thus, the heart has the ability to tap into non-local energy fields of information, as well as to sense and feel environmental or contextual signs and signals and decode them via its fields of knowing. These fields of non-local information are not bound by the normal rules of space and time, but bypass them in ways that tend towards the mystical. The knowing that seems possible for mystics, meditators, shamans, healers and others who tap into their coherent heart is the way to access intelligence and intuition, as well as higher capacities. We will be studying this type of intuition later in the course in more detail. Part 1. Clearing internal noise and clutter. Learning objectives. At the end of this module, you will understand how to create a clear lens, so your intuition gives you the correct information. Be familiar with how to clear internal noise and clutter, which can distort your intuition if left unchecked. Be aware of how to interpret signs and information intuitively and accurately. Know how to prepare your mind, body, and heart for intuitive practice by using the 3 powers meditation. Clearing internal noise and clutter. Internal noise will distort the answers you get from your intuition. Let's define internal noise and then discuss how to clear the noise and clutter of your mind, so your intuition gives you the correct answers, and you are not overwhelmed by information and unsure of how to make sense of it all. Internal noise is simply distortion in the heart, mind, or body that creates a static signal. When there is too much static noise in the mind, body, and heart, you will have trouble accessing or interpreting your intuition. Random or incoherent noise that occurs without meaning is a form of distortion. There are 3 main areas in which internal noise collects: in the mind, the body, and the heart. Let's take a look at each of these areas to understand how to clear the static signals that collect and calcify in these areas, so you can have a clear lens to use for intuitive insight. Internal noise in the mind. The most obvious sign of internal noise, static and clutter in the mind is negative internal dialogue, although it doesn't necessarily have to be negative to still count as clutter and noise. Too much busyness or mental talk will interrupt the calm mental pool, the presence of mind required for insight to flash across your knowing. Sometimes internal dialogue is perfectly fine, and in fact, you can use internal dialogue to talk to your body, heart, mind, or your guides. But if random internal dialogue or talk is occurring continuously, it will make the mind too busy for insight and intuition. You may be talking to yourself, answering someone in your mind from days ago, judging yourself, someone else, or a situation, or otherwise reasoning through something. While analytically figuring something out has its place, the mind should not be perpetually in this state of action. Negative or judgmental inner dialogue is a clear sign of too much mental noise. To clear this, work with the 3 powers meditation that you will learn later in this module. You can also clear internal dialogue using breathwork techniques. Try this. The next time you feel your mind being busy, talking, or filling with clutter, clear it using breath of fire. Practice this regularly to help bring you into the now and prepare yourself for intuitive insight to descend. Breath of fire to clear the mind's noise. Sit up straight with your spine aligned and each vertebra stacked one on top of the other in a noble posture. Begin to inhale and exhale quickly, like short sniffs. In through the nose, out through the nose. The belly expands and contracts as you breathe. The breath of fire is quick and light, similar to the panting of a puppy. It happens in the belly, not in the shoulders or chest. Relax your chest and upper body as you do it. Try breath of fire for only 1 minute the first time you do it. You will notice that it brings you into the present state of your body and removes you from your mind's machinations and looping thought forms. Work up to being able to continue your breath of fire for up to 10 minutes. You can do this anytime you feel your mind moving into a state of clutter and noise. Focus on the breath, the belly, and your present moment. Make a note in your intuition journal that this technique is an effective exercise to clear your mind and get you ready for awareness and insight. Internal noise in the heart. Internal static, noise, or clutter in the heart most usually manifests as unhealed emotional wounds or trauma that become calcified upon the heart center in an energetic manner. Over time, emotional wounds that were not healed create a cloud over the heart area and infect the emotional resiliency of the individual. This can result in feeling chronic depression or anger, despair or grief, anxiety or a general sense of tiredness, and a lack of initiative. Clearing the clouds and clutter of negative emotions that become calcified in the heart is a process that takes time. There is no quick fix. Work with the 3 powers meditation in this module to help with this process. There will also be a technique offered later in the course that can transform negative emotions into positive energy. You can learn to feel a negative emotion in the heart, absorb its message, then encompass it with compassion and appreciation. When you do this, you are alchemizing the emotion, changing the static and noise of the lower frequency emotion into an emotion that sings with coherence and harmony. You can start by learning to feel and accept any emotion you are experiencing, then inhaling compassion and appreciation to neutralize its negative effects. Internal noise in the body. Internal clutter, noise, and static in the body occur when the body is feeling some kind of pain. This happens particularly where there is chronic pain, the type of pain that seems to stick around and has no easy source to point to as being the cause. Often, negative thoughts and emotions become energetic patterns that, over time, become physical patterns. For example, too much resentment over a long period of time will eventually affect the gallbladder and liver meridians. Too much anxiety over a long period of time will eventually affect the kidneys or spleen. The spleen absorbs worry and the kidneys absorb fear. Chronic pain is often a sign that emotional or mental energies are off and need addressing. The body sometimes holds onto pain to get our attention. The message is that something needs tending, self-care, emotional adjustment, or some kind of retuning. Examine your self-care and ask yourself a set of questions so you can make adjustments to clear the static or pain in the body. Are you getting exercise regularly? Are you sleeping properly and for enough hours? Are you drinking enough fresh, clean water? Are you using herbs and spices well, in ways that work with your body? Do you love your body, and are you gentle and good to it, or do you hate it and force it this way and that? What kinds of foods are you eating, and are they nourishing your body? Do you feel your body is beautiful and worthy, or do you harbor self-hate, shame, or disgust? Exercise, sleep, proper nutrition, water, and kindness all go a long way to make your body more comfortable and to clear body noise. Ask yourself these questions and any others that pop up, and make adjustments so the body feels better, and there is less noise and static in the body that shows as chronic pain. Commit to self-care techniques such as yoga, massage, baths, skin brushing, eating well, hydrating, and staying away from negative influences such as alcohol, drugs, sugars, and other substances known to cause static or distortions in the body. The 3 powers meditation at the end of this module can also help you to clear any lingering pain or sensation in the body, to prepare the mind for clarity and create a clear lens for intuition. Honor your body with love and care to clear the noise and distortions. It's a process, so go slow and change one small thing at a time if there is a lot to change. Don't rush yourself but commit to doing this. Part 2. Interpreting signs intuitively. We receive a lot of data, information, and signs all day, every day. In fact, there is so much data that the conscious mind purposefully filters some of it out, selecting only relevant information and feeding the rest of the data from the senses directly to the subconscious. It has to do this, as the conscious mind simply cannot filter through the amount of data it receives from its environments. It is too much for the conscious mind, as there are literally infinite amounts of things to notice or sense. As such, the mind selects information it has classified as non-relevant to you and directs this to the subconscious to store. The conscious mind receives data that is classified as more relevant. This means an enormously huge amount of information gained from our environments bypasses the conscious mind. This is just the way our brains work. Sometimes, something new in an environment will be relevant, but because in the past, such data was sent to the subconscious, this same pattern will repeat, and you may miss the very data that you may have needed for insight or revelation. This is normal, but the more you make use of your intuition, and the more you teach your subconscious to remain accessible to you, the more your brain will learn to feed you the data you are looking for. You can also teach the subconscious mind to bring you new data that is relevant by giving it commands. For example, tell it that you want to notice a lot of the color red for the day, then go about your day. See how much red data you receive. The subconscious is willing to work with you when you set a new pattern for it to follow. So, out of all this data that arrives at our senses, both conscious and subconscious, how can we make sense of it? What is a sign, and what is not a sign? And how do we interpret a sign intuitively? Let's look at 3 ways to interpret signs intuitively. 3 ways to interpret signs intuitively. Pattern and repetition. While some intuitive knowing is instant, other types of intuitive knowing work through pattern and repetition. The universe may try to get your attention by repeating signs, the way a chorus in a song is repeated. Sometimes the sign will be repeated across various dimensions and domains, and in different ways, but there will be a similar theme to notice. As such, one of the main ways to watch for intuitive signs is to notice themes and patterns. Are you noticing baby clothes, baby strollers, and pregnant women a lot? This is a reoccurring theme that may point to something to do with fertility in your life. It could mean something else, though, such as an approaching creative project, a pregnancy in the family, or something entirely different. Everyone's context will be different. Are you noticing a particular color a lot? A word? A song, or perhaps a philosophical theme? A person? A new idea? A sense of struggle and challenge? Whatever it is, when a sign comes in waves, repeats itself in various formats, and or shows a pattern of returning, pay attention. The universe will often speak symbolically in reoccurring waves when it wants you to notice a sign that is highly relevant. Even the continual repetition of chronic pain is a sign. The universe is trying to communicate to you that there is something in your life you are avoiding or not dealing with. Pay attention to what continues to come up in your life and consider repetition as a message to your intuition. Heart recognition. Some signs you will simply recognize by their relevance to your heart. When it comes to interpreting signs from the universe, listening to your heart is a powerful technique, for the heart always knows. We are not talking about the sentimental heart, the kind of heart that is weak, vulnerable, or in love in a romantic way that doesn't last or isn't real. And we are not talking about the emotional wounds inscribed on the heart space. We are talking about the deepest part of you, the heart that connects you to the multiverse, the heart that is the portal to the universe and operates as an electromagnetic transmitter and receiver of energy, frequency, and information. Your connection to your heart space is important and shows you are operating on the frequency of love. The heart receives energies from the universe that are trying to guide you, and it intuits, and then relays to you what is in your best interest. When you see a piece of information, data, or a sign, and it cracks open your heart, lifts your heart, makes you feel hope or light or a sensation of energy fluttering in your chest, it is a sign that the message is the right one and is highly relevant to you. Sometimes your heart will simply recognize the sign immediately because the heart feels it. To begin to work with this, choose a day and ask the universe to speak to you through the heart. Notice what touches this part of you and what does not. Record your insights in your intuition journal. Personal correspondences. Every person will build up a set of signs that are common ways for the universe to communicate with you. Record all of these in your intuition journal. You will start to build a vocabulary of signs that will mean specific things to you in equally specific situations. The color red may remind you of a first chakra message. It may be about your need to ground, feel safe. Or maybe it's telling you about survival issues and abundance. The symbol of a dragon may remind you of your muse and say create. A feather could mean your angel is watching over you, and every time you see it, you feel your spirit guides. While these are very simple examples, they are meant to open your mind towards the way signs can have their own definitions for you, in particular. To interpret a sign intuitively, it will need to mean something to you in particular, so begin to generate a vast vocabulary of signs between you and the universe. As one example, a dream of being immersed in a stormy ocean may seem frightening to some, exciting to others, traumatic to someone else, or, to you, water may represent the original creative life force and mean generation. This connection with creativity and water may be highly relevant to you personally. Your homework is to begin to record your personal correspondences from the universe and your own unique signs into your intuition journal. When you do receive a sign, feel for what it means to you by searching your memories and, most specifically, how does it make you feel? If someone smiles at you but you instantly feel sick to your stomach, you can feel safe interpreting the sign as a warning to you about this person. Perhaps a horse to you means freedom, a dog means remember to be generous, and a raven calling is a sign of danger or warning. Interpreting signs accurately. Learning to interpret signs accurately takes practice, but if you work with heart recognition and build up your own sign vocabulary with the universe, you will be well on your way. Sometimes you won't interpret a sign accurately, and that's perfectly fine, as you can use the mistake to fine-tune your intuition. Perhaps you got a sign in the gut that someone was dangerous but later got to know them better, and they were perfectly safe and a wonderful person. Maybe that day you were not feeling well and misinterpreted your gut instinct. What you thought was a sign of danger from this person was merely your own lunch not working out for you, and the sign was actually about eating sugar, which you know doesn't work well for you. Making mistakes is part of the process of learning how your intuition speaks, so don't be afraid to make them. Accuracy comes with time and practice. Mistakes can help you fine-tune and speed up your accuracy overall. Keep notes in your intuition journal as you learn to help you with this reflection and learning process. If you haven't already, find or make yourself a beautiful intuition journal that makes you feel happy to write in. You can then take notes about all the signs and intuitions you receive from the universe. Record these faithfully as you work through this course and beyond. Include the mistakes you make to begin with, so you can learn from them. Document your process, your insights, personal signs, missteps, and ways to become more and more open and purposeful. Watch as your intuition improves as you become more aware. Part 3, the 3 Powers Meditation, Cultivating Consciousness. Practice this meditation regularly. It will help put you into a state of consciousness where intuition flows naturally and easily. Cultivating a state of consciousness that invites intuitive insight is a vital part of being able to access it. When we grope or search for it, we are generally not in the right state of mind for it to happen. We don't have to sift through mountains of data to allow intuition to operate. Imagine, instead, if you simply opened yourself in a way that intuition simply flows into you, the way water flows into an open, clear vessel. Imagine that by committing to exhaling, being, and trusting, intuition would then find you naturally. Placing ourselves into this open, receptive, harmonious state is important to receive intuition. What you need to know will simply start to occur naturally the more you practice putting yourself in this state. In your journal, write all the ways that help you access this open, receptive state. Be open to finding more ways as well. Please practice this meditation regularly as you study this course, and beyond if you want to continue to advance your intuitive awareness. You can adapt it to your inclinations after trying it a few times. The 3 Powers Meditation. This meditation has 3 functions: to ground you to your body and the earth, to open you to the sky and the cosmos, and to activate the intuitive heart. Grounding you in your body and the earth provides a centering focus. Opening you to the sky and cosmos provides an expanding focus. Activating the intuitive heart provides a spiritual focus to activate intuition. This meditation will help clear clutter and put you in a receptive mode to allow insight to flow into your heart, mind, and body. Step 1. Grounding. We always ground first because it provides the foundation to proceed. We cannot expand without grounding or being centered, and our physical bodies must always be the first to be addressed. Physical safety and grounding always come first. If you can, have a shower or bath before you practice this meditation to awaken the body. If you can't, simply smooth a wet cloth over your face, neck, arms, hands, belly, and legs. Cold water is best if you can tolerate it. Now sit cross-legged in meditation pose or, if you can't, sit in a chair with your spine straight. Inhale and exhale as you feel your body. Let your exhales become longer and your inhales become longer too as you drop into relaxation. Feel the inhale opening the belly and chest and rising into the shoulders. Feel the exhale move down, the shoulders drop, the belly come in. Feel the pause at the end of the exhale before the next inhale. As you feel more relaxed and centered in your body, feel a line of light traveling from your root chakra all the way down into the earth. This line of light is aligned with your spine, and it travels from the bottom of your spine, into the earth, and all the way to the center of the globe. Feel this line of light as an energetic root, a root of light that connects you to the intelligence of the whole planet. Feel the end of the root of light mesh with a ball of light at the earth's center. As you breathe, feel energy coming up from the earth and entering your spine and body. Remain at this stage of the meditation for as long as you want, focusing on your breathing, the light root, the center of the earth, and your own increasing power as you inhale the strength and grounding of the earth. Feel rooted, strong, powerful, connected to nature, connected to the whole planet and whole. Step 2. Expanding. Now, imagine at the top of your skull a portal opening. Inhale and exhale into this part of your body, feeling it open, like an eyelid opening. This eyelid is at the top of your head, and is the 7th chakra. With eyes closed and remaining in a relaxed state, lift one hand and begin to tap this part of your body, the top of your skull. Tap for 5 minutes. Switch hands if you get tired. If this is too long, try as hard as you can to do it for 3 minutes. Yes, you will get tired, and that is fine. Now go still. Feel this part of your body opening. This is your reception area for incoming energies from the divine. Imagine a line that goes up from your spine and continues upwards to infinity above your head. As you inhale, you are inhaling information from infinity in your breath. Don't figure out what that information is, just inhale, feel the energy entering your body at the top of the head, and descending into the rest of your body. Feel it entering you, and as you draw it down, imagine it gathering in your heart. Feel this inhalation from the infinity above you for 2 to 3 minutes. Stay with this stage of the meditation for as long as you like. Step 3. Meeting in the heart. Now, with every inhale, draw energy from the infinity above you, and from the earth below you. One line of energy will be coming up into your body from below, and the other will be coming down into your body from above. They both travel along the spine. Imagine them meeting in the heart. Inhale, and continue to imagine and feel this in your body for 2 to 3 minutes, or even longer. Now, activate your heart by tingling it. Take both hands and, with your fingers, gently tickle, smooth, and touch your heart center with as much gentleness, tenderness, and care as you can. Feel as though you are stroking a pet, a son or daughter, or how you might touch a lover or friend, with infinite care, compassion, and love. Smooth your fingers and dance them along your chest for 2 to 3 minutes. Then go still. Feel the sensations activated in your chest and heart center. You may feel heat, tingling, or a sense of lightness or buoyancy. If you don't feel anything the first time you do this, that's okay. You may want to try touching and activating the heart center for twice as long so you can feel the heart sensations. Step 4. Receptivity. Now feel the open and receptive space at the top of your skull. Feel grounded and connected to the earth. Feel the open and receptive space at your heart. Feel connected to your heart, the cosmos, the earth, and all things. Feel this as you inhale and exhale. Do not try to receive any kind of intuitive message at all. This exercise is simply to place you in the receptive state, relaxed body, open heart and mind, and aligned along the spine with the earth below and infinity above. Feel as though your body is literally aligned and connected to the universe this way. You are a vessel, and you are lined up so intuition can flow into it. Now feel energy and intuition flowing in through the top of your head, and in through your base, or root, chakra, and meeting in your heart. Record this state of consciousness in your whole being. Remember it so you can replicate it any time you want intuitive information to find you. Feel it. Know you can recreate it at any time. You are an open vessel to incoming frequencies and information fields. Seal this energetic state by pressing your palms together in prayer pose and indicating that this seal will help you in the future to activate this state of mind. Step 5. Asking. Now, to receive intuitive information, ask the universe a question, something you require your intuition to proceed with. It could be about a life decision, a career move, a house or relocation, a relationship or friend, about spiritual and reality matters, or about personal health and well-being. Ask the question, then go silent and remain focused on breathing in the answer. Inhale through the top of the head, and bring the energy into the heart. Keep doing this. Do not actively think about an answer. Simply continue to inhale energy from infinity at the top of your head, and bring the energy down the spine to the heart. After you do this for some time, rest in stillness at the heart. Don't worry if you did not receive an answer. Repeat this meditation every morning and every night for the duration of your study on intuition. It will help place you in receptive mode to activate your awareness, connection to your inner self. This practice creates a channel to inner knowing. Step 6. Pay attention. Now go about your day. Pay attention. You are now operating on the wavelength of intuition and the frequency of the heart, so you may find signs amassing in your daily life that will answer your question. Feel that you have already answered your question, and that you will simply and naturally notice the answer or fall into the answer without any effort whatsoever. Don't force it. You already have the answer. It's like trying to remember a dream. If you try too hard, it retreats. Just feel as though the answer is coming and be open to realizing it. Repeat this entire meditation in the evening before bed, and again the next morning. Continue doing so throughout the course, so you can continually put yourself into receptive mode. You can also adapt it and expand this meditation to your uniqueness and inclinations. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson Module 2 Assessment. Part 1. Shaping your intuitive worldview. Learning objectives. At the end of this module, you will understand the tools used to create a worldview that will augment your intuitive capacities. Be familiar with how to shape your intuitive worldview to invite and attract intuition, as well as activate synchronous awareness. Understand how to be open and available to the natural flow of insight and information gained from universal fields. Know how to align your mind to the shared pool of wisdom, so you can access any information you desire. Shaping your intuitive worldview. How you see the world, what you believe, and how you engage with it is a type of worldview. Some worldviews invite and attract intuition, and others negate or withdraw from it. In this module, we will be working to shape your worldview so that you are attracting intuition into your life and operating on the correct wavelength, so it begins to become a natural part of your daily life. Here are a few perceptual tools to try out in order to shape a worldview that will help you be intuitive and attract an intuitive experience. None of these tools is true or false. Simply try them out as perceptual states that can attract the experience you want. Play with them, work with them, experiment with them, and see what happens. Tools to attract intuitive experience. Positively expect and trust. One simple thing you can do to begin to attract intuitive experience and make intuition a natural part of your worldview is to cultivate an attitude of positive expectation and trust in the universe. The intuitive experience and tapping into insight from the universal fields of consciousness is your natural state of being. Most of us had this state of being trained out of us by schooling and childhood experiences, but it is innate and can be reactivated with a bit of effort and right action. Consciously deciding to trust that the universe will supply you with insight, experience, and wonder will begin to shift the reality matrix, so you can attract these attributes and experiences to you. Trusting that the universe really does work in this way, and is a responsive matrix that shifts and flows according to your conversation with it, can be a wonderful realization. Choosing to believe this and trust that the universe will bring you what you want will alter your actual energy fields and begin to reshape your energy system. As you exercise this belief, you will find yourself able to trust the universe more and more because it is bringing you answers, conversation, and support. To enhance a worldview that is connected to all beings, universal flow and power, it's also helpful to understand the holographic and interconnected state of the universe. Feel the holographic nature of reality. Understanding how intuition works, or at least imagining it, can help attract it into your life. You can try on the following perspective using your imagination. Imagine that the universe is a set of reality membranes and fields, which are all interconnected like a web. You are part of that web. You can also imagine that the entire external universe is contained inside you, the way any part of a hologram contains the whole. A hologram is a three-dimensional image made from laser light, wherein the full image is contained in any of the smallest fragments. Holo means whole, and gram means the smallest piece. Imagine the entire world as that sparkling web, and at each junction point of the web is a jewel that is unique yet also reflects all the other jewels in this vast net. This metaphor is known as Indra's net, which describes the world as a vast net spread in all directions. Each jewel is both whole unto itself and independent, yet within each jewel is the entire universe. What does this metaphor mean? It means you are the universe. The universe is contained within you, every single part of it. You are a node or jewel in the web of life. And since you are already connected and woven in with all other parts of the universe, it stands to reason that your intuition arises because you are naturally connected to the whole universe. A universe that has all of the answers and stores these in the cosmic mind, as well as in your subconscious and unconscious. The cosmic mind and its library, which can be thought of as the subconscious, already know the answer to your question, the truth in any situation, and the insight for all creation. You have access to this because you are part of the web of the whole universe. You are a jewel in the cosmic mind, but not only are you this jewel, but you are also all the jewels and the entire net or web. Imagining this and bringing it alive to your senses is a big part of being able to believe it and be open to the intuition that comes. Intuition is subtle, but it is a thread that is connected to the universal fields that are all interrelated and joined in the cosmic mind. This perspective can be helpful to understand how intuition may be open to you, and the more you play with and live this perspective, the easier it will become to be open to intuitive channels, subtle messages, gentle nudges from your inner self, and the whispers of intuition coming from your own interconnection with all things. Don't be too constrained by this perception if it doesn't work for you. Ask yourself, how can I imagine that I am a part of all things and that all things are within me? Partnership with the universe. To create a worldview that allows intuition in, it is good to work with a higher power and feel this connection as a partnership ordained by Spirit. You can learn to feel the universe, your soul, God, the Creator, Spirit intelligence, or the earth, however you want to name or conceptualize a higher power and whatever that means to you. You can feel this higher power as if it is engaged in a unique, personal relationship with you right now. However you want to conceive of this greater intelligence and however you want to name it, it is a vital tool of your new worldview to begin to foster and nurture this relationship between you and the universe or your soul. You can also think of this relationship as one with your inner self, the greater parts of you, the soul within. Why is this a vital perception to help with intuition? Because this expansive part of you will help you orchestrate your reality. It will also bring you insight, create learning environments for your growth and transformation, and provide a sense of partnership, stability, and support. If you think you are on your own, separated from the universe, doing everything by yourself in your own little bubble, then attracting intuitive insight from a responsive, interacting universe is going to be hard, because you are not on the right wavelength or worldview. Instead, try to have the sense that the universe is responsive to you. It is your ally and indeed, more than your ally. It is your life partner. Play with the universe, talk to the universe, and imagine it as your muse, feeding you insight, intuition, clues, answers, images, magic, wonder, and synchronicities to spark your heart and mind open. This perceptual attitude can be helpful to attract, accept, receive, and be open to intuition. Dream it alive to your senses. Universe Partnership Exercise. In your journal, write a letter to the universe asking for its support and telling it the things you want it to know. Now, also write the universe's reply. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson Part 2, Activating Synchronous Awareness. Part 2, Activating Synchronous Awareness. Synchronous awareness can be understood as an awareness that helps you to operate on the wavelength of synchronicity. What is that, though? Is it just a catch-all New Age word, or does it have substance and depth? Synchronous awareness can be defined as an awareness of meaningful coincidences, significant patterns, and experiences in your life. The Swiss psychologist Carl Jung originally coined the term synchronicity. This referred to a set of mysterious and meaningful experiences or coincidences in one's life. Encounters may seem serendipitous, experiences may seem miraculous or intimately connected to divine guidance, and signs may seem to be popping up all over the place for you when you activate synchronous awareness. You may notice signs, words, symbols, images, numbers or names that repeat or seem to have special meaning. You may encounter people with whom you are destined to have relationships. You may feel mystically connected to other humans, or perhaps even to spirit guides. One of the main purposes of synchronous awareness is the realization that you are part of a web of interacting life forms and dimensions, and that the entire universe is speaking to you, saying we are here. The universe speaks in synchronous awareness. Everyone's belief system is different, but you may believe in some form of God, Creator, higher intelligence, higher self, soul, spirit, or the universe, whatever your religious or spiritual beliefs, and by whatever names you use. Synchronous awareness is being aware of synchronicity, which is one way the universe guides you. Your inner self or soul is guiding you unerringly, and to tap into its messages is to tap into our deepest intuition. Self-transformation and awakening to your spiritual awareness can be activated by synchronous awareness. This is the understanding that forces beyond the small human self are conspiring benevolently to guide you, communicate with you, and bring you fresh and powerful intuitive insights and revelations. Synchronous awareness is an awareness of synchronicity and the powerful string of events that are meaningful and connected in your life. Some skeptics call synchronicity apophenia, which means seeing patterns or connections in random and meaningless data. While sometimes this will happen, wherein we see a sign and attribute meaning to it that may prove incorrect, this is a part of our learning curve. It doesn't mean that everything is meaningless and there are no patterns at all. Confirmation bias is a term that suggests that if you are told to look for red, you will naturally see more red. This is a negative view of synchronicity, but it still operates on the correct principle, by activating your intention. You form the intention I will see more red, and so you do. This proves you play a part in creating your reality and attracting the experience you want. Here are 3 tools to develop your synchronous awareness and draw forth your intuition using this principle. Tools to develop synchronous awareness. Prayer intention or requesting. Ask for something that you want, and tell the universe that you want to experience seeing signs of this in your life. Set your intention clearly and cleanly. You don't have to be religious or even spiritual to pray. Instead, prayer can be a way to direct the universe as well as to express gratitude. Intention is deciding to hold a purpose in mind that will come to pass, such as I will go to the restaurant today. An intention is not a wish, hope, or desire, but rather an inner decision of something you will create. Try this now. Choose an intention for something you want to create in your life, turn it into an I am statement, and then go about your day, being gently and lightly watchful for the signs it is coming. Every sign that comes, claim it and acknowledge it. For example, if your I am statement was, "Today I am experiencing being loved by another human being," don't worry that it hasn't happened yet. Just feel it, feel appreciation for the manifestation of this intention. And as you hold the intention and appreciation in your heart, watch for signs that the universe is bringing you synchronicities that will help make this intention manifest. Intention is a type of prayer or request that is slightly more akin to a gentle command or decision. Write down or speak a prayer intention or request to the universe right now about your day, then be watchful for it to come true. If it doesn't, repeat the same exercise tomorrow. Sometimes it takes a little coaxing to get into the right frame of mind. Appreciation. Appreciation is one of the greatest energetic tools you can possibly use, period. Appreciation generated at your heart in a sincere manner will put you on the frequency of synchronicity and help you flow along this wavelength. To activate appreciation, begin a daily practice of generating appreciation in your heart area. To do this, first rub your chest for 1 to 5 minutes until you can't anymore, then close your eyes and imagine a person, memory, place, thing, object, color, scene, experience, pet, animal, or anything at all that makes you feel appreciation. Inhale appreciation through the heart space and exhale it to all parts of your body. Infuse your whole self with appreciation. Feel the heart lift and the mind wing with wonder. Don't just think appreciation or appreciative thoughts. It's the energy you feel in your heart that will put you on the appreciation wavelength. If you do this in the morning, it may help your synchronous awareness to be activated during the day. And you can keep your third eye and heart open as you navigate your day. Practice this regularly, and be sure to activate appreciation every morning and every night consistently as you work with developing intuition. Write this down in your journal so you don't forget. Surrender. Stop resisting outcomes. You may think, "I don't want that," or "that is not what I was trying to create," but when you are in the mode of resistance, you are in the opposite of flow state. When an experience comes and you resist it, you are shutting off your connection to all that is. Resistance applies a knot to the channel of intuition and shuts things down. This does not mean you have to blindly accept everything and not make a change in your life. It does mean that when something happens that feels like it's taking you off track from your intentions, you can tend to resist it, or you start to think you can't achieve your goal. When you resist, you slip back to your old reality where synchronicities fail, and linear reality asserts itself. You close down to the universe. Resistance can look like distrust, resentment, worry, or anxiety, and not trusting the flow of life. It could look like a pain in the body, negative thoughts, or the heart feeling despair, or like it can't heal. This resistance may happen even from the smallest things: a conversation with a friend, a missed bus, a car breaking down, a headache. The more you can just let these small negativities float by and stay in the flow of appreciation, intent, trust, and feeling the synchronous universe working with you, the more you will be connected to your purpose, your inner self, and your working intuitive capacities. The synchronicities will come, you can't force them. If you are in resistant mode, surrender with an exhale, restate your intention, and practice some self-care. Surrendering means returning to the flow state by accepting what is happening in the now without fear or resistance. Not every moment will feel good, but if you can breathe with it, know it is passing, and surrender to the flow, you will be staying in the flow of synchronous awareness. Opening to the flow of insight. Opening to the flow of insight is one way of staying receptive. To open to the flow of insight, 3 things have to be in place. The mind must be quiet, calm, and energized. The heart must be untroubled and without any anxiety or negative emotion in the now. The body must be untroubled as well, feeling balanced, good, and attuned to the flow state. The body will feel expanded, not contracted. Flow state is defined as a state of consciousness in which everything in the experience flows easily, and there seems to be no struggle or effort. Instead of struggle, there is ease, openness, and a sense of joy or goodness in the experience. Athletes fall into a flow state when they are in peak performance. Writers fall into a flow state, write for an hour, and come out of the state and say, "Wow, I just made all that." A flow state is a powerful state, and it occurs when the mind and heart are working in tandem, and the body is aligned with both. Optimal experience or flow state is when you are functioning at your capacity, with your attention fully on a task, and the experience is enjoyable. You lose yourself in the moment and you achieve wonders. Here is an exercise to practice opening yourself up to flow and the intuition that is available through achieving this state of consciousness. Creating a spontaneous flow state. Give yourself 2 to 3 hours for this exercise when you have the time. The point of this exercise is to open yourself up to the flow state, where you are going with the flow, and following intuitive clues to create an experience of intimacy and partnership with the universe. First, get in the car and begin to drive without knowing where you are going. If you do not have a car, you can do this walking, on public transportation, or both. Do not know where you are going, just head out spontaneously and randomly. As you are driving or moving forward, ignore the thoughts of where you might go. Let these pass. Work on relaxing your body and feeling appreciation. See appreciation as a trail that you are following. No matter what you find, you will be grateful for the experience you are about to have. Also intend that it will be relevant to you. Open your body to the flow of insight from universal fields by relaxing. Don't worry about where you are going. Don't worry about finding the right thing. Don't worry about going to the right spot. Relax your body. As you do, allow ideas about where you are actually going to pop into your mind. Allow further ideas and see which one makes your body feel the most relaxed. Your body is your barometer of what is the best choice for you. The choice you make should help you feel good, relaxed, and give you a sense of inner stillness, peace, and calm. Follow through on the choice and go to the place that made your body say yes. Retain your spontaneous state of flow throughout this exercise and remain on the wavelength of appreciation, no matter what happens, and no matter how illuminating or non-illuminating you think the experience is. Suspend your judgment and see if you can find the wonder, learning, sign, teaching, lesson, or magic within the spontaneous flow of your movements along the wavelength of appreciation. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson part 3, Framing the Mind, the Shared Pool of Wisdom. Framing the Mind, the Shared Pool of Wisdom. Let's frame the mind to the shared pool of wisdom, so you can understand how to tap into the information databanks that store all of the wisdom, past, present, and future, of all humanity. Understanding this shared pool of wisdom exists, and creating a mental framework for it, will open you up to realizing how you can truly have access to the information you need, when you need it. The mind works with frames. Every belief system is a frame, or a set of frames. Framing the mind is a metaphor, and metaphors are powerful tools to reconceptualize reality. Please only use the following perceptual frameworks as a guideline. As you begin to imagine, you will find your mind will naturally frame it a bit differently, in a way that works for you. This is wonderful and completely okay. Allow the following guidelines to help you access your own way of perceiving the universe in a way, or frame, that works for you. Keep in mind that you are framing your mind to access the shared pool of wisdom. This is our intent for these mental frameworks, perceptions, and ideas. Framing the mind. To frame the mind, imagine your own mind consisting of 3 levels: the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the cosmic mind. Think of the cosmic mind as the divine librarian of an infinite library, and you can access this library through the subconscious. Your subconscious is the level of the library that you can enter to look through the scrolls, books, and other data and material. The library isn't only books though, it is also full of images, people, thoughts, ideas, and experiences, both future, past, and present. Imagine that via meditation, or in dream time, you can enter this subconscious library. Some parts of the subconscious won't be useful to you, as they are negative thought forms, shadows, and suppressive types of information and data. But climb up the ladder to another level of this library, and suddenly you are in the cosmic mind. It's an infinite place, and all ideas are here. This is an example of framing the mind to a perceptual idea that helps you understand where your intuition finds ideas and insights for you. If you want to alter it or use an entirely different metaphor, please do. For example, you may like to imagine your mind as a cosmic tree in a cosmic forest, and you are part of that forest of all things. Or you may want to imagine that every time you inhale, you are inhaling the breath that comes from spirit intelligence, and it is encoded with all information. Or you may want to imagine that your mind has levels, like a concentric ring of circles. Your human mind is the small circle, and the largest represents the divine, cosmic, or universal mind. Play with these frames until you find one that works for you, then imagine it regularly as you tap into your intuitive wisdom. Imagination is a key part of developing intuition, so really let your imagination seek to find a way that helps you understand, using these examples as your foundation for understanding. In your journal, write down a way your mind finds it useful to frame this concept. How does your mind access the shared pool of wisdom that belongs to all beings? The shared pool of wisdom. Let's try an associated metaphor and frame to imagine where all our ideas, thoughts, insights, and intuition come from, working from the ideas in the last section. Imagine that at the origin of all things, there exists a shared pool of wisdom. In this pool is stored all of the information from across time and dimension. In this pool of wisdom is all past, present, and future experience, and everything ever created or to be created. This pool of wisdom is ancient but also exists in the future. It is both the origin and the end. It is all. You can imagine it as an ocean or as a small pool in an ageless or ancient forest. Imagine that when you breathe, you open a channel to this pool of wisdom, and the water flows along with your breath into your body, filling you to the brim with insight and the answers you are seeking. To activate your intuition, ask a question or state an intention, then inhale from this shared pool of wisdom. I am healed. Inhale. I want to know what to do to heal. Inhale. Keep inhaling the answer as breath, and don't force the words of the answer to arise into your conscious mind. At first, it will not pop into your mind, and the insight may remain below your conscious awareness, but you can imagine yourself inhaling it and infusing your whole body with the insight and intuition you need from the divine pool of source water. Then, relax and allow the insight to pop into your conscious mind when it is ready to. It may be instantly, it could take 2 minutes, or perhaps it might happen later in the day or week. Play with this metaphor like you did the last one until your imagination clicks, and you can really feel yourself accessing this shared pool of cosmic wisdom. It is yours by divine right and can be accessed by intent and imagination. Play with it. Record insights about it in your journal. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson Module 3 Assessment. Previous lesson Part 2, Activating Synchronous Awareness. Part 1, The Language of the Body. Learning Objectives. At the end of this module, you will understand your own intuitive feeling through the vibration of your body. Be familiar with the language of the body and understand the body's 4 main reception areas for gathering intuitive information and insight. Know how to interpret binary messages from the body and practice intuitive embodiment techniques that will ground your capacity for this type of intuition. The language of the body. The human body is a barometer of your emotional position and mental state. It is a powerful tool completely connected to the subconscious mind and, thus, to the storehouse of universal data. Remember that the subconscious mind is connected to the cosmic or universal mind. People, places, and environments, as well as objects, radiate or give off an energetic field or vibrational pattern. Your physical body can be compared to an antenna that can receive data coming in from any source and register that data as emotions, feelings in the body, or bodily sensations. Intuitive feeling is the type of intuition that many people naturally have, Most people will have attuned to it at some time in their lives. As we learnt in the first module, the main reception area for intuitive feeling in the body is the solar plexus area, due to the thousands of nerve endings in this location. While this is the focal point, you can still receive intuitive information from other body areas. You may feel butterflies around your navel area, or dread in the pit of your stomach before you receive bad news. In Eastern metaphysics, this area is known as the third chakra, and it is closely linked with emotions, power, and balance. It is also thought to be where the physical world and the spiritual or energetic worlds meet. Let's look at the 4 main reception areas of the body and practice an exercise that will activate each of them so they will attain intuitive information. Just as your eyes gather visual data such as light and color, and your hands gather sensory data such as temperature and texture, these areas will help you gather subtle information from energy fields. You do not have to use all of these reception areas. Everyone will have a stronger connection to and an affinity for one of these areas above another, and each one tends to work in slightly different ways and for different purposes. Try to activate them all and work on the ones you are weaker in, but if you are primarily someone who receives intuition from their body through sensations, you may find that working with the third eye is going nowhere for you. That's perfectly fine. It's good to know all of the areas and to activate them all, but you can also work dominantly with the areas that work best for you. For most people, the easiest reception areas to access intuition are the body, the heart, and the top of the head. The body's 4 main reception areas. The solar plexus, gut instinct. This area of the body is a region that will often speak and provide sensations to you that indicate information. You can tap into this area to gather intuition about a new person you are meeting, a new environment, a situation, or whether something is safe to do or not. Safety and danger within the environment is a good type of insight to assess using the solar plexus. To do this, notice the sensations in the solar plexus and whether it is tight, contracted or uncomfortable, or whether the sensations bring pleasure, light, a sense of lifting, or even the feeling of laughter, play, or excitement. The solar plexus may also work like a pendulum to say yes or no. If you ask a yes or no question, you can listen to how it either opens or closes in response. To test this, try the following experiment. Get a few different colored pieces of paper or cloths. Hold the cloth over your solar plexus and see if you can feel, with your solar plexus, what color it is. Don't worry if you don't choose correctly right away, nobody does. Practice. As you develop your intuition throughout this course, repeat this exercise many times until you learn to listen to what your solar plexus tells you. It will speak in different ways to you. You may feel the color, you may see it in your mind's eye, or you will just suddenly know because the solar plexus is feeling the color and will tell you the answer. Solar plexus intuition practice. To practice working with this reception area, try the following exercise. Relax your body by breathing in and out with long, slow, deep breathing. Sit or stand comfortably and close your eyes. If you are in a group, face away from the others. Now focus on your solar plexus area and feel the impressions you are receiving from the space you are in. Allow yourself to relax as you do this. If you force it, it won't work. Just be open and feel like the solar plexus area is an antenna that is picking up information about the room. Pay attention to any sensations or feelings that come to you. Does the room's energy feel sluggish, closed, calm, vibrant, scattered, bright, heavy, or any other way? Try this a few times, then go to another room and see if you can gather intuitive information at the reception area of the solar plexus there. The top of the head, divine intuition. The top of the head will bring in intuitive information from the cosmic mind, from universal fields, from infinity, from the shared pool of wisdom, or from the first source. This is a good reception area to work with when you want information about something you have no data for or know nothing about. Say you are doing a tarot reading for someone you don't know, or you want information about a person who is not present. If you wanted intuitive information about a person who was present, it might make sense to use the solar plexus or navel reception area to gather information, as it is often excellent at sensing environments, and is designed to do that. To activate the ability to receive intuitive information from the top of the head, there is a small but simple trick. It works by simply bringing your attention upwards to that area of the body. Don't look up with your eyes, just bring your inner awareness and attention to the top of your skull. To gather information, inhale, and keep your awareness at the top of the skull. Imagine you are inhaling a bright white light into your head and along your spine. Remember the 3 powers meditation. This is similar. Practice and activation. Practice working with this intuitive reception area by directing your thought and attention upwards. You can also picture a funnel shape of the light entering your head. To intuitively evaluate a piece of information you have received, place your attention upwards and note the first impression that arrives, and then decipher it using your intuition. This is a sensitive area for channeling. Feel how a multitude of impressions, sensations, or information pour into your mind from this funnel of light. The heart, the inner knowing. There is an entire module dedicated to working with this area of the body for receiving intuitive messages, so we will just mention it here. The heart area may be the easiest place to receive intuitions for many people, particularly those who are empaths or heart-centered people. The heart's intelligence has been the focus of many seekers across time, from mystics to monks to meditators. Let's activate the heart's reception area for intuitive wisdom. Hold your hands at chest level and begin to tap your heart area with both palms. Strike evenly, quickly, and firmly, but not so hard that it hurts. Set a timer for 5 minutes and continue through the entire 5 minutes. It will seem like a huge amount the first time you try this, but if you persevere, you will succeed. If you need to take a break, do so, then continue. This exercise is deceptively simple, but is a powerful way to activate the energies of the heart space. The physical stimulation activates the energetic flow. When you have finished, go still and quiet, and feel the energy and sensation in the chest and heart. Now that you are activated, begin to breathe into the heart area. Breathing into the heart will also activate this reception area. You can now ask a question or request guidance from your inner self, the universe, or source intelligence. Your heart has been activated, so relax and don't force an answer. Just breathe into your heart as you ask, and you will find you already know the answer. The third eye, the intuitive imagination. The former 3 reception areas seem to be the ones most people can connect with easily. The third eye area, in the center of the forehead, is also a good reception area for visual intuitive information, as well as for intuition using the imagination and creativity. Use this area for intuitive information if you are working with a creative project, playing with your imagination, and want to see a picture or imagine a way forward. Using the imagination is a powerful tool to help your intuition. In a later module, we will work with various techniques to do so. For now, you can activate this area of the body by tapping it as you did for the heart area. Use 1 or 2 fingers and tap the area between your eyes and the forehead area, imagining that you are activating your intuitive imagination. Now, imagine that you are speaking to a trusted guide. Ask them questions and receive their answers. Let this imaginative technique really work your intuitive guidance power. When you pretend you already know and explain it to someone else, you are tapping into a powerful, intuitive technique. Work with this one frequently. Record the conversation in your journal afterwards. Interpreting the body's messages. The body's language can be both complex and simple. Say you are learning to heal and want to gather intuitive information from your body. To do this, you will discover that where there is discomfort, pain, or contraction in the body will give you an emotional message relating to your state of mind. For example, chronic pain experienced in many parts of the body corresponds to the liver and gallbladder meridians in traditional Chinese medicine. The message here may be that you need to work on forgiveness, clearing resentment, releasing old grudges, activating appreciation more often, and / or other emotional shifts that correlate to the emotions of anger, resentment, or depression. In another example, if you experience frequent stomach troubles, IBS, upset stomach, and slash or similar issues, you may need to work with healing anxiety and worry, which correlate to the stomach meridian and can manifest as illness in this area. The location of pain and illness in the body says a lot. It's a whole course in itself to learn this topic, so we will teach you a simple technique that will enable you to gather information from the body's messages to derive insight and intuition. First, let's take a look at how the body speaks more simply, in what are called binary messages. Binary messages. Binary messages are simple yes or no signals. Interpreting the body's messages can seem confusing, but there is a way to make it simple as well, and this is it. The body is connected to the polarity system that is similar in some ways to computer code. This code is made up of negatives and positives, or zeros and ones. But what does this mean in the body? And how can this help us to intuitively translate the body's messages? It means that the body, when giving you a message, will be giving you either a positive or a negative, a 0 or a 1, a yes or a no. It's either one way or the other, it's binary. Say you are assessing if someone is dangerous or not, and you receive a hard knot in the solar plexus as your message. That is a binary message, and it's not up to you to really analyze or decipher. As soon as you notice the type of sensation, the answer is clear and obvious. Your body will either be feeling relaxed, open, free, joyous, light, tingling in a nice way or some other positive sensation. Or it will be feeling the opposite way, closed, contracted, heavy, restricted, in pain, angry, or some other negative sensation. In this way, you can easily learn what your body is telling you. It clearly indicates this through positive or negative sensations. Of course, fine-tuning a message may, in some instances, be necessary. This is the work of other types of intuition. Understand that, in terms of quick messages saying yes or no, the body is an excellent and brilliant source of information. Your body will either feel contracted or expanded, bad or good, and this is the intuitive sign you need. In the next section, you will learn intuitive embodiment techniques to work with interpreting signs your body is telling you. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson Part 2, Part 2, Intuitive Embodiment Techniques. In this section, you will learn intuitive embodiment techniques to assist you to work with your body to understand the messages it is giving you. The more grounded in your body you are, the better you will be able to understand and translate its style and type of communication. Body-mind therapies and techniques such as Qigong, yoga, or martial arts can be a good idea, as can meditative practices that work with the body and the breath, such as Vipassana. Let's start off by getting to know your own body's signals, then we will work with other intuitive embodiment techniques to develop your body intuition and awareness. Exercise, getting to know your body's signals. To begin, take inventory of how your body signals its binary messages. Remember, it's either positive or negative. Take out your journal and write some questions and answers. First, sit quietly and breathe gently in and out, coming back to your body and allowing it to be present. Allow yourself to inhabit your body. Now begin to do some self-reflection about your body's way of messaging you. Truth signals. Where in your body do you receive the signal when you know something is good, right, or safe for you? This is your truth signal. Does the truth signal move to various parts of the body, or is it always in the same place? How does it feel in each area if it does move? What is this truth signal like? Describe the sensation in the body and how it feels, and whether it is accompanied by an emotion, thought, or feeling. Write down all the ways you can describe this positive sensation and how it appears. Fear signals. Where in your body do you receive the signal when you know something is not good, not right, and not safe for you? Does the fear signal move to various parts of the body, or is it always in the same place? What does it feel like in each area of the body if it does move? What is the fear signal like? Describe the sensation in the body and how it feels. Validating your body. As you begin to work with your body, it is important to validate its messages and let it know that it is doing a good job. This validation and affirmation help the body feel safe. The body likes to be nurtured, supported, and loved, and it can go a long way to speak to it and let it know that you are paying attention, receiving its messages, and appreciating them. For this exercise, pay attention in the next day or week to how your body sends you messages and how you are listening. For example, you may have received a jolt and instinctively moved out of the way from a bike that was going to hit you on the sidewalk. Perhaps you felt a little tug from somewhere in your navel area and entered a store to find an important book you wouldn't have seen otherwise. Note how your body is always giving you small, tiny, subtle nudges and messages. When you realize it, either in the moment or later, acknowledge and validate your body and its message. Say thanks. Let it know that you received and appreciated the message. Showing appreciation and validation to the body. Here are a few ways to actively show your body that you care, as well as some ways to validate its messages. Validating your body helps the partnership between you to flourish, to feel safe and good. Your body will be more likely to ramp up the messages to get your attention, as it will enjoy the positive feedback and realize you are serious about this. Stroke your body gently, particularly the face, the neck, the chest, and the upper arms. Whisper affirmations of appreciation in a loving tone of voice, such as "You did so well." "You are my partner." "That was an awesome alert." "I totally understood what you meant." Thank your body frequently. Generate a feeling of appreciation and infuse every single cell with it. Use the breath to send love and care to your body. On the inhale, bring in appreciation, and on the exhale, feel the breath and appreciation permeating and flowing to all parts of your body. Reassuring the body. The body may experience contractions, tensions, anxieties, illness, pain, and other types of suffering. It is vital that these sensations are acknowledged. Think of the body as a child. It needs repeated assurance that you will care for it and do the right thing. One way you can reassure the body is to use a technique called havening. Havening is a simple technique that has profound results. Havening to reassure the body. Cross your arms and begin to gently sweep the palms along the opposite shoulders. Sweep the palms all the way down the arm to the hand, then gently sweep along the hands. Bring the hands up to the face, and gently sweep the forehead, cheeks, and entire face with your palms. Do this entire exercise very gently. You are petting the body, the way you would calm a frightened animal, or a child who isn't feeling well. As you do this, murmur, "It's okay, body, I'm here to take care of you. I'm listening to you now. I'm listening." Repeat assurances and affirmations to the body as you do this. Before you start this exercise, generate a list of soothing and nurturing things your body needs to heal. Here are some examples to get you started. "I love you." "You can do it." "You are doing a great job." "We are healing now." "I'll help you." "We feel safe." "We feel harmonious." "We feel abundant." "We are having fun." After your body feels reassured and soothed, ask the body, "How can I best reassure you?" "Did you like that?" "What are you most worried about right now?" "How can I help?" Go quiet and still and wait for the answer to arise. You may discover the answer through a rise in knowing, a feeling, a sensation, an image, or a thought. Pay attention to the answer and write about your body's fears, and how it believes you can help it. Understanding your body's fears is an intuitive power. Do this exercise often, and make sure you take the time to reassure your body with the havening, usually before and after you ask the question. Make time to listen to how you can help your body, then make time to follow through on the messages your body tells you. Deciphering more complex messages. Let's work on a technique to help you decipher more complex body messages which your body may be trying to tell you about, regarding healing, shadow work, or making changes in your life. Step 1. Relax. Put your body into relaxation mode. Have a bath if you can. Water soothes and restores the emotional and physical bodies and calms the mental body. Water is a great reset and a way to support and nurture your body. Relax and concentrate on your breathing. After the bath, or during it, perform a breathwork technique to help ground your awareness in the body and prepare to gather insight and intuition from the body's wisdom. Step 2. Breath work. Perform a simple breathwork technique called square breathing to prepare the mind and body for intuition to arise. Inhale for a count of 3. Hold for a count of 3. Exhale for a count of 3. Hold out for a count of 3. Repeat this breathing pattern for 2 to 3 minutes. At the end, you should feel calm, centered, and connected to your body. Step 3. Locating pain. Locate a part of your body that often talks to you through suffering, pain, discomfort, stiffness, contraction, tension, or any other sensation. Place your attention on this spot by breathing in and out at this spot. Yes, you can breathe awareness into any part of the body. Place your attention on this area of the body and inhale and exhale. Notice the sensations. Notice how they feel now. Notice if they are always this way, how they change, when they change, and any other information. Step 4. Ask for the message. Now, ask your body to help you translate the sensations you are noticing into a message about why this pain is here. Why is this here? What is this message? It is here to tell you something in particular. It will often have an emotional aspect to it, as unprocessed emotions can manifest in the body as sensation, pain, contraction, or other tensions. As you ask for the message that tells you why this pain is here, continue to gently breathe in and out of the area you are asking about. Don't force the message, don't force the body to answer, and don't force the translation. Just breathe and remain open as you breathe, after having asked the question. Pay attention. Keep your awareness soft and light, yet curious and focused. Step 5. Record your impressions. Record any insights and impressions you received from the body about that particular spot in your journal. Don't worry if you don't feel you have received the entire answer. You may have received the beginning of an insight, and you may need to continue to perform this exercise over a number of days to allow the answer to percolate into your awareness. Step 6. Further questions to allow intuition to arise. To help, try the exercise again, and when you ask why the pain or contraction is here, tap into the answer by asking yourself, how does this discomfort make me feel? What does this stop me from doing? If I didn't have this, how would I feel? If I didn't have this, what would I do? The emotion that the tension/pain/etc. makes you feel now is usually connected to why it came in the first place. Perhaps your headaches make you feel powerless, alone and scared. The intuitive message may be to work on healing these emotions in you, and to work on learning to generate the feeling of capability, power, and courage. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson module for assessment. Previous lesson part 1, the heart-brain communication. Learning objectives. At the end of this module, you will know how to harmonize heart-brain communication for intuitive insight. Be familiar with how to activate your intuitive heart and understand its power to draw information from non-local energy sources. Understand how to interpret signs and information using the divinatory, knowing from the heart-mind. Harmonizing heart-brain communication. The communication between the heart and brain is powerful. You can think of the heart and brain as two sides to the same coin. They each have unique capabilities and functions, yet work seamlessly and in tandem. The quality of the emotional signals which the heart sends to the brain is responsible for the neurochemicals and signals that the brain then transmits via the rest of the nervous system to the entire body. When the heart feels a positive emotion, it transmits that information as a signal to the brain. The signal when the heart is in a positive emotional state is known as coherence. Visually on a graph, this looks like a steady wave signal, as opposed to one that is erratic with jagged ups and downs. This latter pattern occurs when the heart communicates with the brain when it is experiencing emotional stress. These wave patterns can be measured using scientific tools. They are energetic field outputs that come directly from the heart. The heart emits an electromagnetic field that extends in a torus shape up to 8 feet from the body. When the heart is untroubled, relaxed, and feeling positive emotions, this energy field is stable and transmits a coherent signal to the brain and to the universe at large. The signal is a high-frequency harmony. The brain then signals the endocrine system to release into the bloodstream a powerful set of positive neurochemicals that help the entire human self harmonize. The production of the hormone DHEA, which has many roles in the body, is increased, the immune response is increased, and every system of the body harmonizes. The opposite happens when the heart feels troubled, anxious, or experiences fear, anger, hatred, or another negative emotion. The stress hormones increase, and the brain listens to these signals, and then produces the type of blood chemistry that shuts down the body. The communication between the heart and brain is thus modulated and changed by what emotions we are feeling. The conversation between the heart and brain can be made more harmonious and coherent by working in the heart space to create positive and uplifting emotions. When we do this, the frequency of the heart-brain connection becomes approximately 1.10 Hz, which is undetectable by the human ear. However, it is detectable by whales, dolphins, and some other creatures. It is this frequency that encodes intuitive information and can be tapped into. When we are in someone else's presence, we can tap into their own heart frequency, their own vibration, and we can also decode the quality of the signal they are transmitting. In common terms, this is often called someone's vibes or vibration. It's not just a saying, it's actually a frequency emitted by the heart via energy fields that your own heart can feel and decipher. So how do we develop communication between the heart and brain? Remember, the signal from the heart to the brain has a quality, and the quality depends on whether the heart is feeling positive or negative emotions. Your heart and brain are always communicating. But sometimes the signal is negative. To harmonize this communication, all you have to do is generate a positive emotion in the heart space within you. Heart Coherence Technique, Generating Positive Emotions. Step 1. 3 Powers Meditation. Sit comfortably in meditation pose, or with your back straight in a chair. Feel supported by the earth beneath you. Briefly practice the 3 Powers Meditation, as learned earlier in the course, to prepare yourself for the Heart Coherence Technique. Step 2. Preparation, Square Breathing. Prepare to activate this emotion by performing square breathing, as you have already learned. Square breathing can assist you to activate and sustain positive emotions, as well as clear negative emotions from your heart. Perform square breathing for 3 to 4 minutes, or longer if you would like to. Step 3. Activate compassion. Now, inhale into your heart and activate a positive emotion. There is a long list to choose from, so pick one that you find easy to touch and access, such as compassion, appreciation, courage, hope, excitement, wonder, humility, forgiveness, understanding, generosity, or any other positive emotion that you can feel in your body and heart. Now, breathing into your heart space, activate your compassion by imagining a scene in your mind that helps you feel this emotion. For example, maybe you once saw someone save an injured animal from a barbed wire fence, and you felt compassion when you witnessed this act. Recreate the feeling of compassion and intensify it at the heart by pumping it up with the breath. You can perform breath of fire as you inhale the emotion and imagine the scene that helps you feel it. If that is too complicated, leave the breath of fire part out until you are more familiar with this technique. Step 4. Feel the signal. Feel the positive emotion as a signal that is telling the brain a story, and the brain is performing actions based on this story. Feel the vibrational resonance of the compassion creating a frequency of love that fills up your brain, your heart, and your whole body. Continue to inhale and exhale as you permeate your whole self with compassion, knowing that your heart and brain are communicating in harmony, and that you are preparing yourself for intuitive insight. Step 5. Intuitive Insight. Now is the time to ask the heart something you want to know. Wait for the answer to arise as a heart knowing. Allow intuition to come through a feeling, thought, knowing, image, sound, idea, or any other way. We will also continue to develop intuitive insight using the activated heart in the next 2 sections of this module. Use this technique frequently. Activating the intuitive heart. We have already begun practicing activating the intuitive heart. Generating positive emotions and creating a stable energetic field is one of the most important things you can do to activate your intuition, because it puts you in the flow and on the same wavelength and frequency as the heart's field. Why is this important to intuition? Remember, the heart is the portal to the multiverse and every other energetic field of information. It can access and tap into other energy fields, no matter where they are in time and space. Energy fields are non-local, which means they are not dependent on space and time, but are beyond the constraints of classical physics. The heart's knowing can reach into the past or future, and not only past and future. It can travel to higher dimensions as well. These energy fields hold data and information sets that can give us the answers we seek. As such, intuitive information garnered from the heart comes from high-frequency, intelligent information fields. The heart's energy fields are best characterized as intelligent. They know what you need to know, how you need to heal, where you need to go, and how you can activate a life you want to live. Let's try a technique to activate the intuitive heart. You can use the exercise given in the previous section in the same way, both to practice generating positive emotions as well as to activate the intuitive heart. Here is a different technique to try as well. An exercise to activate the intuitive heart. This exercise is designed to help you tap into the uplifting flow of heightened emotion and the high intelligence fields that you can access when you are emitting a stable energetic state. Within the state of the activated heart, you become an energetic antenna, tuning into the energy station of intelligence and channeling information from it. This creates excellent and accurate intuitive insight, peace, and creative flow. Let's try it out. Step 1. Heart activation. Let's do a Kundalini yoga technique to activate the heart. Sit cross-legged or, if you can't, stand with your knees bent slightly and your spine straight. Raise your arms straight out to either side, extending from your body as if you are stretching. Now bend your forearms so they are pointing up to the sky. Your arms should now be in an L position. Next, keep your arms in this position but swing them together in front of you, so both your hands and elbows meet, then swing them open again back to their original position, and arch your back slightly, as if your arms are wings and you are opening and closing your wings. Now repeat this motion and as you extend them back, inhale, and as you bring them together in front of you, exhale. Do this quickly and smoothly. Perform this motion for 1 minute, then bring your arms down to relax. After you take a moment, repeat the same motion and breathing pattern for 1 minute, then relax again. Do this for 5 minutes, each time relaxing in between motions. At the end, you may be a bit sore, but that's okay. Your muscles will thank you later. This motion activates the heart area and will prepare it to receive intuitive insight. If you can't do this exercise for that long, just do it as much as you can and don't hurt yourself. Feel as if you are opening the heart and chest area with this exercise. Step 2. Breathing your heart's desire. Sit down and perform square breathing for 3 minutes. Then, return to normal breathing. Feel the inhale and exhale coming in at the heart. Now feel as if you have just received your heart's desire. Yes, that. What is your heart's desire? Many people have buried this knowing, longing, and hoping in the chaos, distortion and clouds of everyday life and survival pressures, but if you can open to this feeling, you will tap into a powerful energy field. The heart's desire is a vitalist frequency that can bring you into a powerful connection with your soul, your inner knowing, and your connection to your fundamental self. Feel it. Imagine it. Tap into it using your imagination and your breath. Step 3. Connect to the universe. Feel your connection to the universe as you tap into your heart's desire. Feel the love this desire brings forth in you. Feel the universe, your soul, God, the Creator, Source, Spirit, the Great Mystery, or however you choose to define the higher intelligence. Feel the connection at the portal of your heart. Feel yourself channeling the higher intelligence of the energy fields your heart has tapped into. Step 4. Ask for intuitive guidance. Ask the universe for the guidance you would like to receive, and be open to the intuitive insight about a particular situation. You may want to know about your health, career, a particular struggle or situation, or anything else. Sit gently and quietly with your heart activated, and wait for the answer to arise. Gently place one hand on your heart, and focus your breathing on this spot. Remain open to the universe's presence. Feel that the universe is with you, watching, aware of you, and willing and able to give you an insightful piece of information. Don't struggle, resist, force, or try too hard, or you will shut down your intuition and the channel. If nothing comes, perfect. Today, that's your answer. Try again tomorrow. Don't stress, don't force it. Pay attention to the smallest signal. Your answer is sometimes very subtle, or it can be very obvious. Step 5. Repeat frequently. Repeat this exercise frequently. You can replace step 1 with another heart activation technique. If you found it difficult to open and close your arms like a bird, you can simply tap your heart for 3 to 7 minutes with both hands. This is a simpler heart activation technique that works just as well, so if the swinging arms were hard or aggravated an old injury, try heart tapping instead. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson Part 2. Part 2. Interpreting signs using heart-mind divination. Sometimes, we may get a sign, symbol or suggestion from somewhere, but we may not understand how to interpret it. Our intuition is not only about receiving the sign, but also interpreting it. What does it mean in the context of your situation, and how can it help you? Perhaps you asked how to heal, and received the image of an apple. Does this mean eating more apples? Perhaps, but perhaps not. Does it mean you are allergic to apples, and you should not eat them? Perhaps, but perhaps not. Is it a reference to the Garden of Eden as the apple was the fruit that Eve may have eaten, indicating you should investigate origin myths? Perhaps, but perhaps not. Or maybe it is a reference to the fruit that is born when the tree is ready to produce, and thus references the idea of wait for the fruit to come. Which of these is right for you? How you interpret a symbol is a huge role of intuition. This is where intuition really comes into play. You may receive any number of symbols, and if you look them up in a symbol dictionary, you may find they mean X, Y, or Z. But is that what it means to you? Is that the message in the context of your life? It might be, but it also might not be. Remember, you are unique, and your intuition will work uniquely. It's good to think of the symbol or sign as a nut, one you want to crack with your intuition to find out the inner meaning. To interpret a sign, you need to enter it, become it, and feel its structure taking shape within your heart and mind. This isn't a science, but you can muse with and play with the signs and symbols to help you understand them. Here are some tips to help you decipher the signs you are receiving using both heart and mind divination. Sign interpretation. Say you keep receiving the synchronicity of seeing a particular sign pop up in your life on a reoccurring basis. It may be anything, and you may or may not have been asking a specific question. You might see a lot of cats, pregnant women, or numbers in certain combinations, such as 111 or 333. You may be having a reoccurring dream of being underground, far under the earth. Let's pretend the sign you have been receiving is unicorns. You may have noticed a child wearing shoes with unicorns on them, come across a book on unicorns, met one in a dream, or find you are simply thinking about them a lot. Let's examine a number of tips and techniques that you can apply to find out what this sign could mean for you. Of course, you will apply these ideas to your own signs. The unicorn symbol is just our example. Step 1. Gathering symbolic knowledge using the mind. First off, when you receive a sign, it is good to do a bit of investigation. A quick trip to Wikipedia or a symbol dictionary can give you some background and history of the sign. In the example of a unicorn, you may discover that these creatures represent spiritual purity, the heart's desire, a higher connection to the soul, as well as having a connection to poison, purification, and healing. Will any of these associations or correspondences be relevant to the sign's meaning for you? They absolutely might. What you can do here is first gather information with your conscious mind about the meaning of the sign. This may expand the sign's potential for meaning and give you clues. For example, as you are scanning the symbolic meanings of a unicorn sign, you come across the word poison, and it causes your heart to do a little leap, flop, or creates a sensation. Very good. Pay attention to that. Now you can perform other divination exercises with the heart to understand and decipher the meaning more fully. Step 2. Personal Correspondences. Run the sign through your own set of personal correspondences. Remember, these are the unique signs and vocabulary that the universe uses to speak and communicate with you. You may have personal associations with the unicorn. Did the unicorn feature in any dreams? Do you consider it rubbish and you dismiss it? Did you once have a unicorn t-shirt that your boyfriend or girlfriend dumped ink on, which caused an argument, the memory of which is relevant to the current situation? Personal correspondences are, well, personal, so you have to work through them carefully. Note any associated memories and how the sign, in the past, has personally made you feel, or what else it has corresponded with. Make a note of these. Now cross-reference the personal correspondences with the symbolic knowledge you gathered during your research while using your conscious mind in Step 1. Note any particular similarities. For example, if you once wore your unicorn t-shirt while getting raving drunk, and the symbol of poisoning was of particular note to your mind or heart during your research, then this may show a pattern. The sign may, in this case, be pointing towards the way you ingest or use substances, and could be a suggestion to reduce or change this behavior. Intuition is a very subtle process. Just work with Step 1 and Step 2 with an open heart and mind, and see what you can come up with when you cross-reference them. However, don't think of this as science, and don't stress about it. Just follow the trail of correspondences lightly, and with an open heart. Step 3. Heart Divination. Now, take what you already know about the sign you received, and place this knowledge in the heart space. Let it sit there, infuse it with breath, and activate it with a positive emotion. This emotion could be excitement, to know what the sign means, or maybe wonder, joy, appreciation, or understanding. Understanding is a good positive emotion to use in this case, as it helps you to literally understand what the sign means in the context of your life. Marinate the sign you received in understanding, feeling understanding flow through you, connecting to the universal currents and your inner self, and feeling uplifted by this energy. Place the sign directly in your heart and ask, "What is this sign telling me?" Now, exhale and be open to the answer that comes. Stay in the heart space and be open to the impressions and answers you receive. Step 4. Questioning. It is important to note that you may or may not have asked a question and then received a sign. For example, you may notice synchronicities of unicorns after you ask a question, and in the coming weeks, you will notice a plethora of signs. The sign is thus a bit easier to interpret as you know it relates to that question. Other times you may not have asked anything, but you notice a sign and a pattern arising in your life. In these cases, it might be good to ask, during Step 4, what is the question I should be asking? What does this relate to? What does this mean? You can mix and match these steps when deciphering and interpreting a sign, using your conscious mind, the symbol or sign's historical or literary connotations, your own personal correspondences, and your heart's intuitive knowing to interpret it, so it makes sense to you. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson Part 1, Sixth Sense, the role of the sixth chakra. Learning objectives. At the end of this module, you will understand psychic intuition, your sixth sense, and the roles of the sixth chakra in developing intuition. Be familiar with how to develop your intuitive hearing, often referred to as clairaudience. Be aware of how to expand your own psychic and intuitive vision and imaginative capacities. Sixth sense, the role of the sixth chakra. What is psychic intuition? Psychic intuition is the gift of prophetic knowing. Psychic intuition is associated with using the higher chakras for visionary work, including prophecy, creativity, or harmonizing life events. Psychic intuition resembles an instantaneous knowing that for centuries has been the hallmark of prophecy. But psychic intuition is not only a flash of insight, it can be coaxed into manifestation using the intuitive imagination as well. In this module, we will examine some types of psychic intuition and work on a few techniques to develop these skills using the 6th and 7th chakras, even if you are not a psychic. The difference between someone who is intuitive and someone who is psychic may be small or large. Those with psychic capacity seem to have the ability to sense and perceive information that is not readily available to the main human senses, such as touch, taste, or sight. But people with intuition have this type of ability as well. So, what's the difference? One can think of intuition as the beginning of true psychic vision or ability. Psychic perception seems to be the expanded version of intuition, where the psychic can immediately hear the truth, see the truth, or know it, often in a profound manner. Often, the quality of the information received is higher for a true psychic, and the consistency with which they can access non-sensory information is higher than those operating using their intuition. Psychics can often read people's minds and see the future. Their perceptions are known as extrasensory because they do not rely on the 5 human senses to gather their information or understanding. ESP, or extrasensory perception, is an ability that psychics seem naturally attuned to, and some are indeed born with this gift. Psychics and those with ESP often have a highly developed 6th chakra, their third eye. This perceptual ability is often associated with precognitive abilities as well. In this module, we will be working on expanding the capacities of the 6th chakra for intuitive and imaginative seeing, as well as working on expanding our own psychic intuition. The 6th chakra. The 6th chakra is located at the brow, in between the eyes. It is known as the location of second sight, and is often thought to be the 6th sense, which is an inner visionary seeing that is often coupled with the imagination. It is the chakra of inner vision and ESP. Some psychics can use it to see people's auras, go back into past lives, access etheric libraries, connect with soul guides, and see the future. Many other capabilities are aligned with this chakra as well. It is also the chakra that corresponds with imagination, perception, and discernment. It relates to light. Developing this chakra will help with your intuitive imagination, as well as your sense of judgment and discernment of what is true and what is not true. Truth is obvious to someone with a highly developed 6th chakra. The 6th chakra is also associated with the pituitary gland, the face, eyes, and central nervous system. The 6th chakra is the door to other planes, dimensions, and worlds using the visionary imagination. When you work on this chakra or activate it in powerful ways, you will be able to understand the nonverbal language of stars and planets and access subtle and invisible information. The 6th sense corresponds to a heightened intuition and an ability to read past, present, and future energy fields. It can also enable you to receive messages from the other side of the veil. Receiving messages from the other side may mean receiving them from higher energy fields, deceased ancestors, spirit guides, the angelic realm, or from your own inner soul and presence. Some psychics have the ability to see the spirit world, the other side, or other dimensions. However you choose to conceptualize these other realms, there are many ways to do so. To strengthen and activate this chakra, try the following and record the results in your intuition journal. Meditate or do breath work regularly. Try square breathing by letting the breath come in and out at your third eye. Affirm that you have clear vision and know where you are going in life. Affirm this every day. Try imagining the new life you want on a regular basis. See it in all its textural detail. Visualize the color indigo or violet bathing your body or in your aura. Tap your third eye location consistently to wake up this chakra. Simply tap with a finger on your brow between your eyes for 1 to 5 minutes, a few times a day. Work with or simply wear crystals and stones such as lapis lazuli, amethyst, apatite, and tanzanite, which can correspond with this chakra. Combine the square breathing technique with imagining and visualizing something you want in your life to activate this chakra. The intuitive imagination. Intuitive imagination is the way you use your imagination to creatively wonder about and fill in missing information. Einstein said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge." The most beautiful thing we can experience is the numinous. It's a beautiful quote and relates to the power of the sixth chakra. Imagination is a key tool for developing your intuition. In your imagination, anything is possible. You can reconfigure and build beliefs, play with ideas, resolve issues and situations, destroy old realities interfering with your new, plant seeds of intention and access information from higher realms. You can use your imaginative capacity to look into future scenarios and see which one feels right for you. Imagination is your ally when working with intuition. It can link the upper and lower brains, the subconscious and the prefrontal lobes. Information often comes as sensation, which the reptilian part of our brain receives. This information rises up through the various levels of the brain until it reaches the neocortex and prefrontal lobes, where our intuition sparks to help us understand the meaning of the received symbol or information. Imagination can thus help decode and decipher meaning from sensation. Imagination can also help you to take inspiration or ideas and turn them into something conscious, meaningful, and relevant to your life. Imagination helps us interpret images, symbols, ideas, and patterns, and it also helps us move forward in life. Vivid imagination can give us rich sensory input about something. Imagine something you want to create in all its colors, light, tones, and emotions. This makes it more real and likely that you will continue to strive for it. It also activates this chakra within you and makes its abilities stronger. Try the following simple exercises to develop your intuitive imagination. What would you do if? What would you do if money was no object? Close your eyes and imagine it. Flesh it out. See it, feel it, know it, imagine it. See the textural details. See the light and movement. Feel the emotions you will feel. Really get into this exercise and practice it regularly. Add a positive emotion while you visualize this to really make it potent. Feel appreciation as you visualize. Play out the scenes in your mind with joy and wonder. Getting a felt sense of how it might unfold is a powerful quality. Practice this exercise regularly. It can help you create what you want in life. It can help raise your frequency, so you are operating in more harmony, and it can help you generate positive emotions because it's easy to feel appreciation when you are receiving the life you want. It will also develop your imaginative abilities, activate the sixth chakra, and help you catalyze your psychic and intuitive awareness. Which future feels right? Use your intuitive imagination to decide which future feels best. Imagine two different futures as depicted by a choice point. For example, you take the job or you don't. You enter that relationship or you walk away. You move to a new country or stay where you are. Choice A or choice B, enter into your imagination and put yourself in a series of scenes depicted by one of the choices. Say you choose A, imagine everything, where you go, how you feel, what you say and do, other people's reactions to you, and some of what might happen. See how this imagined future makes you feel. Now, do the same with the other choice point, choice B, imagine it entirely, and see how that future makes you feel. Don't be afraid to imagine anything at all. There is no limit. Let your imagination exercise itself. The point is not that in real life you would make it happen exactly as you imagine it. The point is to exercise your intuitive imagination to see which choice is right for you. For example, you may find that as you are imagining one of the scenarios, something keeps happening to prevent you from moving forward with it. You try to fly to see your new partner, but you have to stay home to take care of a sick family member. Or you do manage to fly out, but then they have to leave to deal with an emergency, and you never even connect. Or you do meet them but find yourself feeling anxious about something. Is it just in your imagination? Yes, it is, but as you tap into your imagination, you will start to notice how you really feel about each choice. Your imagination can help you access intuitive insights about the relationship, particularly if you are asking yourself if you should proceed or not. Pay attention to these intuitive insights, and what it is that comes up when you imagine each possible future. Pay attention to any red flags that pop up. Mark Lesson. Part 2. Developing Intuitive Hearing. Psychic capabilities also include clairaudience, which is often thought of as an inner hearing or inner voice. This voice often feels like it is coming from inside the head, or is a whisper in the ear. Some people, when they are just developing this sense, will wonder, is it just me talking? How do I know if it is the small me or my higher self speaking to me? Can I trust this voice? Is this wisdom or some trick? First of all, mental dialogue should not be confused with the inner voice or with clairaudience. You will know when it's just your mind parroting old thoughts or looping in old tracks. Often these inner voices are negative, and they say the same old thing they always have. The inner voice that you hear, which is meant as guidance, will be different. Note the tone of your inner voice. It will have its own quality, such as deep, high, or resonant. Whatever the quality, it will resound in some way within you, echo with authority, and be clear, direct, and to the point. It won't ramble. It will generally use the least number of words possible to get a point across. These are rough generalizations, though, as everyone's inner voice does speak differently. Psychic hearing can also involve the reception of extrasensory signals. Sound, language, or words that seem to come from nowhere. This is known as a clairaudient impression. You are picking up information from energy fields and translating them into an inner voice, similar to how you might talk to yourself, but somewhat different. It can be common for those developing this ability to talk themselves out of their ESP, pretending that it was just their own voice, or in their head, when it was a deep inner guide using an inner voice to give you a message. Pay attention to the quality of the voice and look for a voice that is resonant, simple, with a particular tone of authority and command, yet not overbearing. It may very well be subtle. Both psychic hearing and inner dialogue do use the same internal sound system and wiring. The reception area tends to be on either side of the head, slightly above ear level. This is an area of the cerebrum that processes auditory data and information from any source. Nerve signals from the inner ear are gathered and sorted, translating the sound wave striking the ear into language. Activating and developing psychic hearing. Let's work to develop your psychic hearing by activating this extrasensory capacity. You can try the following first 2 exercises together as one practice session. Later, when you practice further, you can do each on their own at different times if that feels good as well. Try out all of the methods to develop your psychic hearing. Warm up, sensing the reception area. Let's warm up. Sit comfortably and relax, breathing calmly in and out. Move your awareness through your head and ears. Be aware of your ears. Note that focusing directly on the ears can inhibit psychic hearing. The key to channeling psychic hearing is to direct your attention slightly above the ears at the temporal lobe area. Notice how this area has a heightened sensitivity. Picture 2 funnels above your ears extending outwards, gathering sounds and information and bringing them into your upper ear area. Inhale and exhale into this area and practice bringing awareness to this location, opening your psychic ears by feeling or imagining these funnels. Discerning outer versus inner listening. Move to a location where you can hear people talking or put on music, the radio, or some kind of external sound. Notice how the sound enters at the ear level and how the sound is outside of you. Pay close attention to how this feels in your body. Now, switch to focusing on the temporal lobe area above the ears and think something to yourself. Say, hello, how are you? Notice the difference between where the sound comes from internally and where the sound comes from externally. Notice the inward focus and make a distinction between these two types of listening and hearing. Knowing how to shift your attention to slightly above ear level and focus your awareness inward is the key to being able to tap into clairaudience and make it accessible on demand. There are a few other ways to tap into psychic hearing too, so take note of the following methods to develop psychic hearing. Pay attention to how you can use these in your daily life. Hearing your name called. Psychic hearing is often associated with mental telepathy in the sense that you would hear thoughts from someone else. Hearing your name being called without anyone having said it out loud is a common psychic hearing experience. Our own name seems to have a unique tuning we are tapped into. The brain has a sensitivity to the sound waves that form our name. When that sound wave pattern reaches our eardrums, our attention is automatically drawn to the sound. The same goes for psychic frequencies. To activate and work with this capacity, work with a friend or partner whom you are hanging out with for the day. Ask them to call your name mentally as loudly as they can during one part of the day. See if you can hear it. Don't worry if you can't, this sense takes time to activate. You can also pay attention to if you hear your name called in your inner hearing, and see if you can identify who called it. This can sometimes happen if a friend or loved one thinks about you. Say your cousin was thinking about calling you, and you hear your name inside your own head. If you can get a sense of who it was, try calling them and asking if you were correct. Again, don't worry if you don't get these right. They are higher-level intuitive capacities that do take some time to develop. The more you practice, the better you will get, even if you get it wrong a lot at first. You're learning. Hearing a song that provides higher-level insight. This psychic hearing capacity is an excellent tool for people with intuition, even if you are not psychic or are just a beginner. Say you just mentally asked a question, and you hear the words of a song that exactly answers your question, perfect. This message is for you. It could be the lyrics, or it might be the associations you have with the song, such as your personal correspondences, or it might be how the melody makes you feel, and your emotional response. Listen during the day for sounds, songs, and words that are meant for you on higher levels. Trust yourself on this one. Pay attention. Psychic hearing, in this sense, is not about inner voices but instead, turns ordinary sounds into something with higher meaning. To practice this type of intuition, ask a question. Now, listen. Know without a doubt that the universe will speak the answer to you. It may not be in words. It could be the creak of the stairs, which reminds you that you have to fix the board on one of the steps, which reminds you that you have to call your contractor to do so whose name is Jesus, and suddenly you feel connected to God. You may hear a bird sing and realize it's a robin, and you have a friend named Robin who is part of the answer to your question. You may hear someone say something that you can immediately tune into on higher levels, and it now means something in relation to your answer. Don't force this, play with it. Be open, creative, and let your intuition create interesting connections in speech. The universe is always talking to you. Listen with activated ears. A word of caution on this one. Don't do this all the time, and don't force it. Sometimes people saying things will just be straightforward, with no hidden meanings, so don't do this all day, every day. You can use your intuition to understand which sounds are messages for you. Specifically, asking a question and then becoming still and listening for your answer can be a powerful way to use this technique. Hearing between the lines. Your psychic hearing can be developed by listening closely in conversations to what is and what is not being said. Psychic hearing is understanding communication that radiates psychically even though nobody says it. Your intuition may pick up impressions as you hear someone speak. You can focus on what is not said but may be intended, the meaning underneath, above and around the actual sound and words. This is listening between the lines. What is not said is often encoded into the sound of what is said, encoded in the silence and spaces around the words. It's a type of second dialogue that happens underneath, and in the unspoken lines of spoken conversation. Being attuned to hearing between the lines is interwoven with normal, physical hearing, so this one is good to activate when you are listening to someone. See if you can raise your awareness above your ears and listen to the silences, the spaces, and the in-between communications to understand if there are messages in the subtext of the conversation. There won't always be. Part 3. Expanding Psychic and Intuitive Vision. Psychic and intuitive vision can be activated by using the imagination in many ways. Visionary perception is a big part of developing your intuition. You can assess any situation with your regular eyes, but with an activated sixth sense, you can open up to higher-order awareness and psychic impressions that will correspond with what you are seeing. As an example, some psychics can see the aura around the body, which is an expansion of being able to see the actual physical body, as we all can. Some people who are open to psychic vision think in pictures. You can see with both your mind and your eyes. Clear seeing is beyond the reach of the eyes, but the eyes are part of clear seeing. You may have already had experiences with this type of intuition. You may have received a sudden mental image of your mom, and then she calls right after. Every time you dream or daydream, the visual information is being processed by your psychic inner eye. We will work with dreams in a later module, which is part of this type of intuition. The psychic vision area is either at the top of the head or at the third eye, most usually the third eye area, though, as this is connected to your inner sight. If you focus your thoughts there and visualize a scene in that area, you will be activating your visionary intuition and imaginative capacities. The pineal gland is associated with this chakra, and the pineal gland is a mysterious gland related to light and image. Remember, you have both physical and psychic vision. To activate your third eye, focus your attention between your eyes at your forehead and breathe into it. Here are 3 tools to activate and develop your psychic intuition. Exercises to develop psychic intuition. Activating the third eye. Perform breath of fire into the third eye. First, tap it with your finger for 1 to 2 minutes. Then, stop tapping it and activate it with the breath. Inhale and exhale in short, quick breaths and feel the breath moving in and out at this area. Once you are done, visualize yourself. See yourself sitting with your eyes closed. Visualize the room you are in, then zoom out to see yourself in the room and in the house. Then zoom out again and see yourself in your room, house, and town or city. Zoom out to see the state, province, or country. Then zoom out again to see the whole planet, and you sitting in your spot, third eye open. See how clearly you can imagine this in your mind's eye. Now try it again, but this time, zoom slowly into your body instead of out of it. This may be a bit harder, but see if you can enter the muscle, bone, organs, then the cells, atoms, subatoms, and quarks, until you are in the most infinitely small space. What do you see? Is infinity in the very small, as well as the very large? Practice both these imaginative zoom techniques regularly, and don't be afraid to let the visualizations be quite different when you repeat the exercise. Your imagination is getting larger, so you may notice things you never did before when you repeat it and expand your capacity to see. Clairvoyant Image Reception Exercise. To work with receiving clairvoyant images, try this exercise. Sit comfortably with your eyes closed. Focus your awareness on your third eye area. If you'd like, activate it first with the previous exercise or with breath of fire. Now, see what impressions or images you receive. Write down the names of 5 people you know. Close your eyes and, one by one, move through the list of names, bringing each name to mind and visualizing the name at your third eye. Sense through the third eye area and see what images or impressions you receive when focusing on the person. Note any feelings, knowing, or understanding that accompany the visual impressions connected to the named person. Just see what pops up and don't second guess it. Afterwards, write down the impressions you received. Now try this with all of the people on the list. Write each name on a separate piece of paper. Turn all the papers over, mix them up, and randomly number them 1 to 5. This time, hold the paper up to your third eye area and wait for any impressions or images. Record your impressions on paper after you are done, along with the number. Do this with all 5 names and then see if you can guess which name corresponds to each number. Now check to see which ones you were correct. You can also get in touch with the people on the list to ask if any of your visual images and impressions correlated with something they are going through in their lives right now, or some event or activity affecting their life. Perhaps you saw a basketball and your friend Amanda was playing recently. Or you saw a smooth blank page and your friend Jordan is just starting to paint and working with a blank canvas. Quick impressions. Ask a question, then focus on your third eye area. Trust without force. Allow the impression of the answer to reach you within seconds. It will be very subtle. Your awareness needs to become fine-tuned. Did you have a flash of a picture? A quick impression of a mental understanding. A body sensation. Allow the impression to come quickly, and don't dismiss what comes. As with most forms of psychic intuition, you can expect the impression to come quickly, and you can almost miss it, because sometimes it is quite subtle, and we simply brush it off. Try this for fun, like a game or experiment. Take the pressure off. Don't think you should see anything, as that will distort your results. Relax and see what quickly comes to you after asking a question. We often overlook what comes right away, but it's good to understand that it may be quite subtle, quick, and easy to overlook, particularly as you are developing. Pay close attention to your quick, first impressions at your third eye area after asking a question, and see if you can intuitively see the answer. Remote viewing. You can use your psychic intuition to tune into any location, at any time, with your imaginative vision. Choose a location and hold it in your mind, then begin to explore it. First, select a remote location. Determine what you want to sense about the location. You may want to view the history, the present, the future, or if it is somewhere you know, such as your place of work, what is happening there in real time. Close your eyes and visualize the location. Now, shift your attention upwards to the top of your head or your third eye area, your choice. Both can work, and different people will like to work with either of these reception areas for this exercise. Note your impressions of the location. Walk through it. What do you see and sense? Write it down. If you'd like, you can follow up on this exercise by choosing somewhere you can go to afterwards to see how accurate your impressions were. This is a skill that takes a long time to develop, so keep practicing it. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson Module 6 Assessment. Previous lesson Part 2, Develop. Part 1, The Art of Play. Learning Objectives. At the end of this module, you will understand the art of play and how play can be used to develop both creativity and intuition. Be familiar with how to play with association and relationship to generate ideas and answers to questions. Be aware of how to use the Trinity intuition technique, which is the act of uniting opposites to create insight or ideas for creative or artistic work. Understand how to access originality from the source to expand your own creative capacities. The art of play. The art of play is a widely misunderstood concept and is often considered something we grow out of as we move from child to adult. For many people, the idea of play is considered childlike, connected to fantasy, and being of no relevance to one's adult, everyday life. But play is about a lot more than just childhood freedom. In many cultures around the world, play is a valued part of the adult experience and takes many forms. Play can help us develop particular mental skills, including our problem-solving and imaginative capacities. Play can also help us to understand things better and help us create. Unstructured playtime is a powerful thing to add into your life, even as an adult. It teaches us spontaneity, enjoyment, and how to get into the flow. Your adult play will look different from your childhood play, but it will lead you to insight, creativity, and help develop your intuition. With a play-like attitude, creative insights arise in a container of trust in ourselves and in our universe. Multiple studies and research have shown the importance of play for our ability to work and think creatively as well as access insight and intuition. For example, in 1967, researcher Brian Sutton Smith showed that participants in his research study were more likely to imagine various purposes for a random object when they were allowed to play with the object first. Play allows us to enter into a state of consciousness where we cannot fail, because failures are simply part of the play, or the game. The failures are incorporated into the game, and become vital elements of the play. Play also allows us to imagine what if. The what if question permits us to explore the unknown in creative ways, and allows insights to descend. What if I married that person? What if I went back to school to study that? What if I threw out my wardrobe and got what I really wanted to wear? What if I could help people more? What would I do? What if I could be an author? The idea of pretending is a powerful tool. Playing is creating, pretending, and also usually attended by enjoyment, which reduces cortisol, the hormone responsible for stress. Play can be an attitude, a behavior, an internal mental activity, thought experiment, a sport or game, a recreational activity or creative work. Or it may take one of many other forms. It can be spontaneous but doesn't have to be. Let's look at how you can use play to develop your creative insight and intuitive capacities. The following themes can be used to develop and maximize your sense of play, which will then open your intuitive capacity. Developing the intuitive art of play. Key 1. Pretending. Pretending may seem like a child's activity, but when we want to create something, it is a vital tool. In your mind, you can create something and pretend it is real, experiencing it as though it is real. The brain and body will physiologically react to what is pretended or imagined. This part of the brain cannot distinguish between what is really happening and what is being imagined. The physiological response will be the same. Thus, the stress hormone cortisol will decrease, DHEA, which is the precursor to all hormones, will increase, and other physiological changes will happen in the body, all for your benefit. Harmony will resound through your physical systems if you simply pretend something positive, which makes you feel happy. Pretending can be just in the mind, or it can be an activity as well. Recall the exercise we did earlier in the course, when you imagined two different futures and pretended each one was real to glean intuitive insight about decision-making for your future. This is a good example of using the key of pretending in a way to invite intuition. Try this simple exercise. Artistic pretending for creative work. If you have an artistic project, this exercise can help you design it. It could be a novel, a poem, a book, a storyline, or anything else in the world of literature. It could also be in the world of visual art, painting, or design. It could be in the world of architecture and engineering. Anything that you want to create will work here. Imagine a blank page or image in your mind. Nothing there, just the void, and the void can appear either white or black, however you want to picture it. Now, inhale and state your intent, what you want to create. I am creating a story. Now, pretend in your mind. To do this, don't feel you have to actually do any of the ideas you come up with. Don't put any pressure on yourself whatsoever. Here are some ideas you can play with to help you pretend. Pretend you are of a different gender. What would you learn? Pretend you are an animal. What would you do? Pretend you live in an alternate universe and you met yourself in this one. What questions would you ask? Pretend that you lived on the moon and could see any human on Earth and know their story. What would you learn? Pretend that you are simultaneously living now, in a life in the distant past, and in a life in the distant future. Go to visit and talk with your past self and your future self. What can you learn about reality and your own life? Do the same with yourself in this life. Pretend you can go to talk to your past self. Do so. Pretend you can go into your own future and talk to your future self. Do so. What can you learn about your own life? Use these ideas to generate more ideas and creative insights. You can also use this key of pretending to draw in intuition. To do this, pose a question and then pretend you know the answer. Tell the answer out loud to someone you are pretending to speak to. When you pretend you are wise, knowing, intuitive and creative, this play or pretend state can help us actually tap into really becoming those things. Pretend you are, and you are one step closer to being that. Pretending is a powerful skill in play, intuition and creativity. Key 2, interest and excitement. To generate creativity and intuitive insight, it helps if you are genuinely interested in the creative activity. This is a key aspect of play, that it is something that feels in the flow to you. What creative projects are you keen on? What truly interests and excites you? What could you do for hours and hours without looking up? Write down a list of anything that excites you, interests you, and draws your focus easily. It doesn't have to be an activity, it can be anything: ideas, art forms, thoughts, activities, environments, disciplines, areas of study or work, images, animals, colors. Brainstorm by writing down everything you love and have a fascination with. Ask yourself, what do I love? What interests and fascinates me? How can I use my fascinations to generate intuitive insight? How can I play with what I'm fascinated by? How can I play with what I'm interested in, and yet still create money? Key 3, association, correspondence and relationship. Playing with association and relationship is another key tactic when developing creativity and intuition, as it helps create correspondences between things. Association is thinking of one word or concept, and then discovering what you immediately think of that is associated or related to that word or concept. These are considered relationships between words or ideas. For an example of this type of intuitive play, let's try the association game. The association game. Say you are meditating on a question: what career change do I want to make? And after asking and going still, you receive the image of a horse. Now you can play the association game with that image. You can do this with any of the signs or answers you receive from your questions. Mentally examine the image, which in our example is a horse. What does the image or concept of a horse make you think of? How does it make you feel? Does it make you feel expanded in a sense of hope, freedom, and wonder? Is it associated with your dad, who first brought you to riding lessons? Now follow the trail of association. In this example, the second association after the horse was dad. What is the next association? What association or relationship with that image comes immediately to mind? Perhaps it is the sense of care because your dad brought you to see these animals just after you had an accident, and the sense of caring was the dominant association for you. How can this sense of caring translate into a career choice for you? Is there a connection between horse, dad, and caring that shows you what you should be doing? Maybe so, and maybe not. This is an example, and you will have your own personal correspondences and associations with each image, word, concept, and thought. Sometimes you will find you go down a trail of association to a dead end. No problem. Remember, you are playing. You didn't go the wrong way, you were just exploring. Back up a few associations or begin the game again entirely. See if you can intuitively use this fun game of following the trail of relations and correspondences in your mind to find the answer you seek. In this exercise, your intuition will be subtle. Pay attention to the first image, thought, or association that pops up, follow it to the next and pay attention to what arises swiftly. See if you can keep playing with the associations, relationships and correspondences between ideas to play into the answer you are seeking and allow intuitive insight to help you understand. Have fun with this. Key 4, turning non-playful things into play. Intuition can sometimes spark when we turn something on its head entirely. Looking at something from a playful perspective, or a completely different perspective, can assist us creatively and intuitively. Here is a list of some things you can try out to turn activities, tasks, or events into playful things when normally they are not. Drive to a regular destination a different way, deciding that you will see a clue on your way. Keep your eyes open for the clue. You can let it just appear or give a set of conditions, e.g. my clue will make me feel good, my clue will correspond with the color red, my clue will be about my creative project. If your cooking or baking tasks have become dull, turn them into a playful activity. Decide that you are adding ingredients, not just the physical ones, but metaphysical ones. Stir in flour, baking soda, and coconut oil as you make brownies, but also add a pinch of love, a dash of intuition, or an intent. These brownies will make me fall in love. This soup will remind me of my higher self. These pancakes will help me contact my soul. Seem a bit silly? Alter it to how you'd like, but silly is good. Play can be silly. It brings us upward into a new realm of possibility, hope, and wonder. Try it. Make a game with the universe over the next week. See how many times you can come across a particular image, and ask the universe to keep sending it to you in many ways, even if you are doing mundane things like walking to work, shopping for groceries, or cleaning the house. For example, say you pick an orange fox. Later you notice the color orange. Great, that's the universe playing the game with you. You hear the word fox on the radio. You might see one, come across a documentary on foxes, dream of foxes, or be inspired to write a fox poem. Does this activity seem pointless? Remember, it is turning your reality into a playful game with the responsive universe. It helps you feel connected, gives you something to look forward to, and will create wonderful moments of intimacy when you see what you asked for. Key 5. Play has no point. Play is infinite. It has no point or purpose, other than the purpose of play or continuing the game. The experience of play is the goal and the point. It is not undertaken to achieve anything or gain anything, it is already the treasure. Of course, you can use playful and creative exercises to generate creativity, access answers, and help you in your life. But true play is simply regarded as an end in and of itself. Because it should be enjoyable. It is a powerful exercise to simply place yourself in the attitude of play and do just that, enjoy. Enjoy the experience. When you enjoy the experience, you are not forcing an answer, and ironically and paradoxically, that is when the answers come the most easily. Intuitive answers do not come when we strain, try too hard, or expect too much. Positive expectation has its place, and holding this energy field can help you work with the universe and your inner self, as well as tap into intuition. But there is also something to be said for simply putting yourself into an exercise, activity, or game without any expectation of winning or getting something. The experience is the play is enjoyable, and when you are enjoying something, you are in the flow. Playing with your whole day, no expectations. Take a day off and decide that you are going to have no point whatsoever to your day other than to spontaneously flow with it, and enjoy yourself. Plan nothing. Let yourself move from activity to activity with an open heart, joy, and the sense of zero expectation. You are not expected to produce anything, create anything, do anything, or be anything, though you can do any of those things. Put no pressure on yourself. Set the light intention of allowing the playful day to open you up to creativity. Paradoxically, you may find yourself being the most creative you have ever been when you aren't trying to be. You may end up doodling, playing with ideas, sitting in the sun with your notebook, wandering around the woods or the city, and just being. This is a fantastic state to allow the creative subconscious mind to bring you insight, ideas, and a sense of well-being and connection. See if you can do this regularly. You may not have a whole day all the time to devote to this exercise, but you can do it for an hour or even 15 minutes. Part 2. Trinity Intuition, Uniting Opposites to Create Insight. Let's try a creative exercise to help generate ideas and creativity. It will also attract intuitive insight. It works with your neocortex and prefrontal lobes in the brain, which are the centers of higher-order thinking. To introduce this activity, let's discuss the Vesica Piscis. The Vesica Piscis. The Vesica Piscis is an element of sacred geometry that has been used historically in the planning and design of religious art, buildings, monuments, sacred spaces, and alchemical symbols. It has been used by engineers, architects, artists, and many different types of creators around the world. Renaissance artists commonly used this form. It is created in a simple way. Two circles are drawn and then moved together so that the center of each circle lies on the circumference of the other. The shape formed by the overlap of the two circles is an eye shape. It represents the human eye and the ability for true seeing. It is the symbol of creativity, birth, beginnings, and a sign of the creative act, often in a sacred manner such as a spiritual birth. The mathematical coordinates of the overlapping shape are those required to make any mathematical shape. The shape itself mathematically encodes the concept of creation. The symbol is geometric and also symbolizes the fusion of opposites, which creates a portal from this world to the next or into something new. Spiritually, it creates a portal from idea to manifested creation, from thought to matter, from abstract to concrete. The intersection between the two circles, both wholes unto themselves, creates something new by way of the union of the two circles. Each circle is an individual, whole, and equal. The overlap creates a new insight by taking the two wholes and creating a common ground between them. The two circles also represent the two poles of the universe, represented as yin and yang, male and female, subconscious and conscious, spirit and matter. The power of this symbol is the way these two poles are integrated by combining and overlapping them, thus generating a third principle. This is the basic and fundamental meaning of this symbol, to take two elements and combine them to create a third. The union of the two circles creates a third element, from duality to trinity. This is creation in its most fundamental and basic essence. Uniting the opposites is the power of this symbol. In ancient times, the circle represented the source and all of creation. Circles have no beginning or end. They encompass everything. Every point in the circle is equal and whole. The circles represent the male and female principles of the divine, or the god and the goddess. When the two join, they create the union of heaven and earth. The middle path between them is a sacred space of creation and birth. It is often called the child or the manifested creation. Trinity Intuition Technique. Let's try the Trinity Intuition Technique. This is a powerful technique you will want to use often, and you can adapt it for anything. It can be used for intuitive insight to discover your path forward in life, or be used to generate creative ideas about a career or business. It can help you know yourself better if used for self-development, and it can help you with creative work and projects. Learn to adapt it for any creative or intuitive focus you want to work with. In this example, we will work with this technique to generate insight. Step 1. Choosing a pair of opposites. Choose a pair of opposites that you want to work with. Depending on your intent, the opposites you choose will directly be related to what you want to work out. You can do this in a few ways. Please note that the two things you choose do not strictly have to be exact opposites of each other. Let's try it both ways. If you choose yin and yang or male and female and unite them, you will create a child. Yin represents female and yang represents male. An actual biological cross would be a human child. Let's try it simply to begin with, and then you can work with the technique further. Imagine the pair of opposites of shadow and light. Draw two circles. Write shadow in one of the circles and light in the other. Step 2. Breath activation. Now inhale and exhale as you focus on the geometric eye that connects the two concepts. Don't consciously think yet. First, let's activate our connection to our inner self and prepare for intuition by lightly focusing on the eye, the two concepts, and our breath. Inhale a deep, big breath, then exhale. Now, inhale for a count of 4, hold for a count of 6, exhale for a count of 4, and repeat. The exact timing for this breathing exercise is not of vital importance here. So don't focus or worry too much whether you are doing it for exactly the right counts. Once you get the hang of the breathing pattern, stop counting in your head and continue doing it while staring at the eye. You are activating your creative intuition in connection with this sacred symbol. Step 3. Focus on the eye. Now, with your breath activated throughout the body and your inner self awake and aware, consciously make a mental assessment of the connection between the two circles. Write in the eye anything that connects both shadow and light. Your list might include words or concepts such as photons, image, divinity, game, twilight, dawn, optics, wave. Each idea you generate represents an intuitive insight into how shadow and light are connected. Step 4. Intuitive insight. The shadow and light suggestion was merely one example of the millions of unique ways to use this technique. This technique is about bringing opposite or unlikely pairs together to create a third, to generate intuitive insight about how the two differences are actually similar in some way, or how they can be blended to create something else. In the case of shadow and light, when brought together, what could they create? Ask yourself this question and generate a list of responses and ideas. For example, they could create an image, a juxtaposition, a poem about the dawn, or the understanding that we can illuminate our shadows. The last concept is an intuitive insight into the nature of shadow and light, and how they work together in cosmic and spiritual ways. Philosophically, it has been an age-old question to wonder if the lighter parts of one's life could exist, or would be as wonderful if we also did not pass through the shadows of challenges as well. This is an example of an intuitive insight that may come when you reflect on and muse about light and shadow and how they are connected and intertwined. You may come to realize that they are two sides to the same concept or two sides to the same coin. They are extensions of one another and exist as the same being. You may come to realize that when they are combined, they create art. This intuitive insight you brought into your mind as a concept could then be turned into an artistic or creative expression of some kind. It could be woven into art, story, image, architecture, house organization, the clothes you wear, how you conceive of spirit, God or reality, or many other creative ways. You may find yourself accepting your lows and shadows more after understanding this, as you realize they are part of your journey, and the shadows help to actually define the light or make it more meaningful. Step 5. Creative expansion, original ideas. How can you use this technique to help you in your creative work? Say you are writing a novel and you want to work out your plot. You want to create something really original, something that nobody has ever done. Try this exercise again and choose one of the main parts of your plot or creation. Say you want to write a book on vampires, place vampires in one circle. Now think of something diametrically opposed to vampires. Generate a number of these first before you choose one. Now, brainstorm. Here are some examples of concepts that may be opposite or very different from vampires: a flower that blooms in the sun, a monk or nun, a puppy, a human who hates the sun, a modern businesswoman, a carefree child. Note that none of these are exact opposites. You don't need to create an exact opposite, just a list of things that are somewhat opposed or very different. When you think of vampires, you might think of night, blood, the undead, immortality, fear, coffins, sexuality, and things like this. So you would generate ideas very different than these: a housewife who lives by the sea in a farmhouse, a greenhouse of growing things or a garden, daytime and the sun. Now, how will this help you create a really good plot? Well, when you unite two very different things that have never been united before, you create something original. As an example, say your vampire is somehow wounded and washes up on the shore of a cove, near the home of a dying woman, who has a little farm with goats. She rescues him and nurses him back to health with small vials of goat's blood, and brings him flowers every day as he recovers. Could this be a good story? It could. It's unique. Try this technique with something you are trying to create. Find two things that do not usually mix and mix them. Brainstorm first, then, once you pick what it is, create the diagram of the vesica piscis. In the example given, you would place vampire on one side, and after brainstorming, place whatever you have chosen to combine with vampire in the other circle, such as green growing things, a kind sunny woman, and happy goats. Then, in the eye that connects them, see how the two will connect in your creative work to generate an original plot. Try this with your own creative work to generate truly unique ideas. Bring together what is normally not united to generate original insight and intuitive creative work. Channeling originality. Accessing original thought and ideas is the hallmark of creativity. This skill is also connected to the skill of gathering intuitive insight. In the generation stage of creativity, intuition is a highly necessary skill, and it is also important in the selection stage of creativity. For example, generating opposites to the concept of vampire, as seen in the last technique, is a skill that requires intuition. Also, choosing which concept you will work with in your story is the next step where intuition is required, the selection stage. Selecting the idea that will create the most fascinating story is an act of intuitive creation. Channeling originality is an important skill. Let's look at some tips and techniques to channel originality into improving our intuitive capacities and boosting our creativity. One of the most important things to understand is that copies or derivatives, which are not original, are often ideas that come from other ideas or creations. Say you read a book and get an idea, but the idea is just altering the same concept in the book a bit. That could be something you need to do and may absolutely have value, but it may not be totally original. Originality is not creating derivatives or copies, but returning to first sources, not secondary sources. What is the first source? It is the creative divine beginning, and the closest we can get to this in the human body is the breath. Inhaling the source. Breath takes us back to the origins. Look at the word origins, it is the beginning of originality. Breathwork is a meta skill that will increase your creativity and intuition manyfold. A meta skill is one that can be applied across many aspects and domains of life and improves all of them by simply expanding or working with that one skill. Breathwork is a fascinating and important technique and tool that will help your life in thousands of ways. We highly recommend a regular practice of breathwork. Try this breathwork technique to connect to the origins. Please don't be too concerned with how you use the breathing pattern in this exercise. It doesn't change the effectiveness of the technique if you aren't doing it exactly as outlined below. It's more important to stay connected to your inner self and sense of harmony for this method. Read this through so you know how to do it, then let the technique be a bit flexible for you as you do it. Step 1. Inhaling source. When you inhale, imagine that your inhale entering you, bringing you breath, prana, and life force from the origins. Imagine these origins, however your mind wants to conceive it. A vast ocean of breath, a primordial abyss, a confluence of sound, light and spirit, or anything that works for you. You can expect this idea or image to change over time. Don't feel confined to imagining it in any particular way. It may even be somewhat blank and look like nothing at all, merely a blinding light perhaps. As you inhale, imagine that you are sourcing yourself from the first source. You are inhaling breath that is original. It is not derivative. It is not a copy. It is not a fake. It is real, the original. Feel this breath infuse and collect in your entire body. Feel every cell permeated by originality, and the life force of what is source. You are infusing your body with the energy field of the true source of all intuition, creativity, and originality. Step 2. Activation. Activate the originality within your heart and mind with the following breathing pattern. Inhale for a count of 5, hold for a count of 5, exhale for a count of 5, and hold out for a count of 5. As you do this square breathing pattern, imagine that as you hold your breath on both holds of the pattern, you are infusing your body with the energy field, information sets, and power of the original source. The breath is encoding you with originality and the ability to be intuitive as you hold your breath in and as you hold it out. Continue this breathing pattern with the following mental focus. you are infusing yourself with source originality. Do this for 4 minutes with a few breaks in between. During the breaks, you can return to normal breathing and continue to inhale light and source into your body, then return to the square breathing technique. Do the breaks and breathing pattern however feels good to you. For example, every minute or two take a break. Step 3. Creative intent. Return to normal breathing. Decide on something you want to create. It could be a meal, a novel or painting, a garden, a house, a poem, a song, or any other creation, but it should be something that you have an interest in making, something original and unique. State what you want to create, and that you want to channel an original way to do it. Repeat the square breathing from step 2, and as you do it, imagine yourself making it. See the colors, scents, sounds, light, shadow, and images of what you are creating. See someone using it, playing with it, or enjoying it. See it change, see it be used, imagine it in all its details. After you have done your square breathing while also imagining for 2 to 3 minutes, stop the breathing pattern and return to your normal breathing, but continue to imagine the creation you have intended. What insights did you receive regarding the original way to create? It doesn't have to be something crazy or intense, it can be a subtle thing. For example, perhaps you never thought to make pancakes with peanut butter and salt, but the thought strikes you. Or perhaps you never thought of taking your old love letters and turning them into a book. Or perhaps you never thought of making your garden circular instead of rectangular. If you didn't receive any insights, that's okay too. Sometimes we need to practice this breath channeling technique for a few weeks to clear out old mental noise before we can feel clear and clean and able to channel source without distraction. Keep working with this technique. Please also note that sometimes the question we ask isn't the right one. Maybe you can't choose a creative project because you don't know what one to work on. In this case, you could ask to receive an impression about an original creation that would inspire you in your life and leave it wide open for the answer. Step 4. Tiny creative acts. Don't think your creativity and originality has to be something that will change the world. Perhaps, after breathwork, you get an idea to drive to work a different way. Then when you do, you see a rainbow, which is an intuitive insight about your work on your shadows. Perhaps you receive an idea about how to turn some of your recycling into art, or a way to use those jars you've been saving. Small creative acts can be powerful and fulfilling, so don't overlook them and expect something earth-shattering. Of course, you can use this technique to work on creative acts of any type or size, from creating your whole life anew to generating the idea that you want to draw butterflies on your boots so that when you walk, you feel like you're flying. Channeling originality is as simple as inhaling with intent. Use this technique often, even in quick bouts during the day where you don't worry about the breathing pattern at all. Just use the breath. Inhale and ask. Inhale and act. Inhale and proceed. Inhale and exhale. You are channeling what is original. Breath is always connecting you to the origin of things and is an excellent intuitive ally. Accessing subconscious information. Learning objectives. At the end of this module, you will understand how to access the subconscious mind, which is where all information is stored. Be familiar with how to derive intuitive insight from archetypes and symbols, which are one of the languages of the subconscious. Know how to work with your dreams to develop dreaming intuition. Accessing subconscious information. Accessing subconscious information is a vital tool for also accessing intuitive information. While the unconscious mind and the subconscious mind are slightly different, they are similar enough that for the purposes of this course, we will use subconscious mind to mean both. The subconscious mind is the storehouse of genetic thoughts and patterns as well as planetary ones. All of human endeavor, thought, and shadow is stored in the subconscious. However, it is not only the realm of shadow. While the human mind system is a collective shadow in many ways and requires a lot of healing, the subconscious mind is also connected to a vast library of all that is. It is a doorway to higher levels of its own structure. What does this mean? It means that by accessing or holding a door open to the subconscious, and working with it by entering and exploring it, we can open a wellspring of intuition, creativity, and inner divine support. The subconscious mind is connected to both the unconscious mind and the higher and cosmic minds. It is not necessary to fully understand the exact definitions of each of these terms. Indeed, they have been defined in various ways over time, and in different disciplines of study. The main idea to connect with here is that this subconscious part of you is connected to an invisible and subdimensional library of all human ideas, experiences, thoughts, emotions, images, and information. This is the source of the world. Some of this source is shadow-like, thus, connecting with it, as many humans unwittingly do, creates shadows in our lives. For example, say you seem to always play out a particular pattern in your life. You want to create more money in your life but seem to always fail to do so, and have lived in poverty, or have been lacking for a long time. You try to change, you consciously affirm you can change, but you never end up able to. The reason is that you are sourcing the subconscious pattern of lack. It is not only yours, it belongs to humanity, and many humans are unwittingly connected to this pattern of subconscious lack. Changing this subconscious pattern is tricky because the subconscious is very connected to your physical body, and its innate, and almost instinctual subconscious patterns. The body gets into patterns of feeling, being and moving, and often remains in these states, even if they are not very good for us. This is because the body is designed to remain in homeostasis, so even if a pattern isn't the best for our growth, the subconscious keeps replaying it as it feels safe. Accessing the subconscious mind. There are many benefits of accessing the subconscious mind. Some of the benefits of accessing the subconscious mind are being able to change stagnant patterns, access intuition, insight, and new ideas, connect with and heal your shadow, and become a more multidimensional being. Accessing the subconscious mind is a bit of a trick, so let's look at 3 proven ways to do it. The conscious mind is in control when you are awake. You can't access the subconscious mind when the conscious mind is thinking, so the techniques are about shifting your state of consciousness. This aligns with many of the intuitive techniques we have been working on in this course. You have been learning to get your conscious mind out of the way and instead connect to heart, presence, wonder, and higher vibrational information fields. The conscious mind doesn't do these tasks. It is other parts of you that can open to these subtle fields of energy, your heart, dreaming mind, and your body. If you want to access something specific from the subconscious mind, be sure to state your intention as or before you try some of these methods. Keep it simple and straightforward and state the intention ideally as if it has already happened. Here are some examples, but don't be limited by them. State your own with clarity and simplicity. I am accessing information about how to heal. I am accessing information about why I feel jealous. I am accessing information about my destiny. I am accessing my soul. I am opening to clues and hints that show me what career I want. Relaxing and being aware of the body. It's important that the body is in an expanded, uncontracted state as you attempt to access the subconscious mind. A body that is closed, contracted, in pain, or otherwise tense, will have a lot more trouble. That said, even these sensations are indications of your subconscious mind, and they, themselves, can be clues as to what is happening in your subconscious. Being aware of your body is a way to access the subconscious mind. If you are always tense, there will be corresponding shadows in your subconscious that relate to that tension. Your body is a barometer of what subconscious pattern you are playing out. When you are open, free, relaxed, and harmonious, you are connecting to higher vibratory information sets and patterns. When you are angry, anxious, troubled, or afraid, and your body is tense, contracted, or constricted, you are playing out negative subconscious patterns. You may feel lack, worry, abandonment, or any other negative emotion as part of your physical contraction. Ways to relax the body so you are more prepared to access the subconscious include having a bath, practicing yoga, doing some exercise, and then relaxing afterwards, as well as practicing breathwork, meditation, and or other mind-body techniques. Havening and gently smoothing your body helps as well. Try some of these and record the results in your journal. Dreaming state. Later in this module, we will be working with using our dreams to draw upon our intuition. The dreaming state is when we are directly interacting with the subconscious mind. In the dreaming mind, we interact with our archetypes, shadows, patterns, and the images and thoughts and experiences lodged in our subconscious. We can garner insight about what we need to change and heal in our lives, as well as understand the effects of past experiences on our present circumstances. We can also connect to our inner self and dreaming being, the part of us willing and able to explore inner worlds and realms, as well as play with imagination, insight, and wonder. Meditation and breathing. Meditative states are useful for accessing the subconscious mind. Regular meditation or regular breath work are both meta skills that will up-level your life across seemingly unconnected domains. Beginning meditators will have trouble accessing the subconscious mind at first because their conscious mind won't quiet down during meditation. This is a common occurrence for first-time meditators, so don't be alarmed at this state. Meditation takes a consistent practice of between 3 to 6 months to a year for the results to begin to show. That said, it's different for everyone and does depend upon your state of preparation. When you first meditate, the monkey mind or busy mind tends to take center stage, so you may find all kinds of thoughts looping through your mind as you meditate. It may take some time to get past this stage. Accessing the subconscious mind through meditation does require the conscious mind to be still, so here are some tips for creating that state of mind when you meditate. Breath work before meditation. Do some breath work before meditation, as this will help clear the busy mind and connect you to stillness. You can do any of the breath work techniques given in this course, such as square breathing or breath of fire. Focus on the breath. While you are meditating, the mind wants to think. To prevent this, keep your awareness on your breath as you meditate. When you are focused on the flow of breath coming in and going out, you are aware of the breath and out of your mind. This is the state to be in to access the subconscious. Even if you can do it for 1 or 2 breaths without thinking, that's great. The more you can breathe with awareness of the breath without thinking, the more you can access the intuitive mind. Remember, breath encodes information and is, thus, a key tool to help you access intuition. You can also breathe the breath through your higher mind and heart. Higher mind and heart. Focusing on the energy fields of the heart and higher mind is another good way to access subconscious information connected to higher intelligence. In earlier modules, we worked with the heart to tap into higher energy fields encoded with information. In one way, the heart's fields are somewhat like the higher subconscious mind. They are more akin to the cosmic mind and the greater fields of wisdom and intelligence. That said, you don't need to worry about which energy field to tap into, or whether it is the heart's field, the higher mind's field, or the subconscious. All of these together, collectively, make up the invisible information sets that will all contribute to your intuitive knowledge. You will naturally draw from whichever one is attuned to what you need to know, so don't stress about the definitions or how to specifically access each one. You will naturally develop this understanding the more you work with your intuition, so keep practicing. To tap into these higher fields of intelligence and the cosmic mind, try one of the heart-mind techniques we used earlier. Putting yourself in the state of being and flowing naturally is also a way to open to the subconscious mind. Sometimes, when the body is not rigid but is allowed to flow naturally and spontaneously, or if you are engaged in being present without worry, you are also opening to the subconscious mind. The language of archetypes and symbols. The subconscious mind speaks in archetypes, symbols, and images. It generally will not use straight-up English words to tell you exactly what your answer is. It is up to you to translate the messages you get into your own language of understanding. The language of symbol and image is strongly connected to the 6th chakra, which we learned about earlier. An image is composed of photons of light, and a symbol is a graphic representation of something else. There are many ways to interpret the images, symbols, and experiences that the subconscious mind will offer you. All symbols, signs, and images come from fundamental archetypes. The archetypes are primary. Archetypes are constellations of energy that form patterns and blueprints for other types of creations. For example, the archetype of the mother is a blueprint. One can attune to this blueprint if one wants to understand the essence of what a mother is. Of course, many mothers are different, but all of them will be encoded in the primary essence of the mother archetype. The seer archetype may be particularly connected to intuition, as the seer has activated their sixth chakra and sees reality through the lens of discernment, authority, command, and the ability to translate. What can the seer translate? Image to understanding. Light to language. Symbol to wisdom. Darkness to light. This is the path forward through symbols when accessing the subconscious mind. The symbol means nothing until you shine the light of your own self and mind upon it. When you enter the dream world, everything you encounter represents something else. The dreaming world speaks metaphorically. It does not speak literally. Thus, something may happen that may literally mean one thing, but if you work with translating it into your true understanding, you realize it actually means something else on a metaphorical level. The dream experiences are thus metaphors pointing you towards understanding something in another way. Remember that the subconscious is highly connected to your body. The body, too, speaks in metaphor. If you have a stiff neck, it may mean you are mentally unwilling to entertain new ideas or to stretch to encompass a new concept. The stiff neck can thus be a metaphor or symbol for the essence of the communication. If you are feeling extremely heavy in the body, it could be a metaphor for feeling like you are stuck in your job and unable to move forward or fly into a new realm. If you are sick or get a cold, it is a metaphor for allowing a foreign intelligence such as a virus to invade your space, and this metaphor asks, in what other ways in your life are you allowing someone or something to invade your borders? How can you be more contained or healthy and not take on someone else's vision or story? The dream symbols or images you may download in meditation or visualization are likewise up for translation. They require you. They are meaningless on their own, but when you engage with them you can learn to translate them. A word of caution, unlike some of the popular New Age beliefs currently circulating, symbols don't just mean whatever you want them to. This is an oversimplification and a slight misunderstanding of how symbols work. It's vital to work with the actual encoding and essence of a symbol, as well as how it fits into your own personal correspondences and what it means to you. In other words, the symbol doesn't mean just anything. It is tied to an ecosystem of meaning, signs and symbols that have guided humanity for centuries. All of these are lodged and encoded within humanity's unconscious mind. This inner library influences many humans. While we will all have different understandings of many of these symbols, and a symbol has many meanings, indeed. However, it is not accurate to say that it can simply mean absolutely anything. Take the symbol of the cross, for example. It is a religious symbol, and for someone connected to Christianity, it will have one set of symbols, and those are definitely part of how it is encoded. For someone not religious, it can still have those interpretations, on a metaphorical level, or it may be referencing the crossroads and a choice point in your life. It could also represent the axis of the world and the center of all things. But does the cross mean fruit juice just because you say so? No. This symbol cannot be interpreted as anything. Fruit juice is not really connected to this symbol, unless your personal experiences correlated the two. For example, one day you spilt fruit juice on yourself, had to take off your necklace with the cross, then lost it. In this case, there is now a correlation or connection. Symbols have to be studied for their encoded meanings, and also for their personal correspondences. They can also be studied for how they make you feel, as emotions are also very connected to the subconscious mind, and a symbol instigating you to feel a particular emotion is one of the ways they may work to communicate with you. Remember that symbols, archetypes, and images are all ways that the subconscious mind may talk and communicate with you. In the next section, we will work on some methods to intuitively understand what they mean to us in the context of a dream message. To embody these learnings, ask the universe for a symbol or sign, then watch during the day. Receive the sign. You see 10 cats and decide this is the symbol the universe is giving you. Brainstorm what this sign of cats means and write the possibilities in your journal before mediating on your results to see which one is most likely in your context. Developing dreaming intuition. Dreaming intuition is a powerful and beautiful way to open oneself up to the power of your inner self and your subconscious library. Working with dreams is a fulfilling experience and can help you build your intuitive capacities. Let's work with dreams to increase and develop our intuition skills. Methods to garner intuitive insight from dreaming. Keep a dream journal. Keeping a dream journal is a must when working with your dreams. Recording your dreams is one of the methods for remembering them. When you record them regularly, you will find your dream recall improves dramatically. Everyone has a different method they like for recording dreams and remembering them. Here are some tips that will help you remember the dream when you wake up. When you wake up, you are still in a theta state. Your mind is still open to the subconscious realms. However, this will fade quickly as you move to a full waking state, so record the dream right away. Don't move. Movement will bring you further awake and further away from the dream state. If you can, stay very still, or as still as possible. Make a small intention to remember the dream. I now remember my dream works well. Don't speak aloud. Speaking will also bring you farther away from the state of dreaming. Then, breathe gently and wait as you remember it. Some people find writing the dream down shifts them away from remembering it, but others do well with writing. If you like this method, keep a notebook and pen right by your bed, so you don't have to move much to get it. Others find that the act of writing jolts them too much from the state of remembering. Some find that using an app or device where they can speak the dream and record it works better. After you have recalled it, or even while you are remembering it, record it on the device. Wake up 15 minutes earlier than usual, as this can help more frequent dream recall to occur. It's also important to get a restful night's sleep. A dream journal is a wise tool. You can look back on your dreams later to see what images are consistently appearing. These patterns are messages as well. If you dream of one thing once, that's a message, but if you are constantly dreaming of something, that takes on more weight and meaning. Interpret dream images with emotion. One technique for interpreting a dream is to pay close attention to how the dream makes you feel. Emotions are signals to help you decode what the image or symbol is intending to communicate. For example, an image of a chocolate cake is one thing, and could be deciphered in many ways. Now think of the image of a chocolate cake, and in the dream, you recall you felt nauseous and horrible when you looked at it or ate it. That's entirely different than an image or sensation of a delicious chocolate cake where you felt satisfied and fulfilled. How you feel changes the meaning of the symbol, and how to decode the dream message entirely. Emotions modify or modulate the meaning of the image. Pay attention to the animals, characters, or entities you meet in your dreams, and notice the emotion attached. Say you meet an animal such as a zebra, yak, or beaver in your dream. How does the animal make you feel? What does it represent based on the feeling? If the beaver represents creativity and building, yet in the dream, it makes you feel worried, what is the message? Perhaps an interpretation here is that you are not working on what you know you need to be creating, and the dream is a sign to stop suppressing your creative industry. Taking this another step, you can work on interpreting this aspect of the dream by examining the entire context of the dream. You can look at things like the interaction of your consciousness with the other dreaming images or people, the places, the sense of light and dark in the dream, whether it was in color or not, and what any of the symbols mean, such as a cross, a medical caduceus, or any other sign. When you analyze the dream for meaning, your intuition will come into play. Pose a problem. If you want to garner intuitive insight about a question you have, a challenge you are working on, or a problem to solve, write it in your dream journal the night before. Ask for a dream message that will give you the clues to solve the problem. You will have to use your intuition, because the dream will not tell you the answer directly. It works indirectly, giving you clues, emotions, images, and situations that work on a different part of your brain. It takes practice to learn to decipher them. You may want to ask about anything. There is no limit to the way you can use your dreams for intuitive ideas, solving problems, and gathering information from the subconscious mind and the cosmic mind as well. If you want to heal, work on yourself, change something in your life, or work on a creation such as a novel, you can pose questions about these things in your dream journal or simply state your intention before you fall asleep. Then, decipher the dream, knowing it is the answer to your question. This can be a good way to work with dream meanings. If you didn't ask a question, you might find yourself asking, which of my issues or questions is this dream talking about? But when you pose a problem and let your subconscious respond, deciphering a dream can sometimes work easier since you already know what it is about. Use your dreams in this way for problem solving. Pose a problem and decide you will dream of the solution. You will dream characters as aspects of you. You may dream about your lover, your partner, your boss, or a coworker, but often, in dreams, the dream characters represent aspects of you. As you are working with a dream to draw meaning from it, let your intuition investigate whether a character in a dream is representing some part of you that you hide or have an aversion to. Often, we think something is bad, so we repress it, or we may have a shadow side that is trying to be illuminated. Don't worry, everyone has a shadow side, and working with something unpleasant and difficult is going to happen when you work with your dreams, because the material is subconscious. Remember, the subconscious stores humanity's shadows as well as the good ideas. Often what happens is that we repress certain parts of ourselves because we have been told they are bad, or because they are legitimately unpleasant, perhaps something we need to work on. We may be jealous or selfish, arrogant or critical, and we may not like these parts of us. They may pop up as dream characters to show us something about ourselves. You can try to work with your dreams by imagining you are interacting with aspects of yourself to invite intuition about your own needs or path. Theta state before dreaming. To work with your dreams and the dream state, it is good to use the theta state just before falling asleep. This is a mini-dreaming state, as you slip towards the full dreaming mind. This state is a powerful one to use for tapping into intuitive answers. It can be likened to attaining an advanced state of meditation, but you naturally just fall into this state before you fall asleep. Theta state is a brainwave. The brain emits various brainwaves at different levels of activity. Theta waves are very slow, even slower than alpha, which is slower than beta. We drop into theta state just before we fall asleep or transition into it while dreaming in REM sleep. It can be hard to access on purpose, but advanced meditators can do it. Theta state is associated with deep reverie, the rise of mental imagery often popping up from the subconscious. It is also associated with access to memories, somewhat as if you are dreaming while you are awake. You can use this state in the same way you do dreaming, to garner insight and intuition. Or to improve your intuition, as it's the best way to channel ideas and insights from the subconscious parts of you. Make an intention, then enter theta state to let the answers rise up. Theta brainwaves are 4 to 7 Hz. The only brainwave state which is slower is that of deep sleep, known as delta state. Before you fall asleep, activate an intention for your theta state. A good one is to create a happy, harmonious, restful sleep. Imagine this gently as you fall asleep. You can also pose a question and see what answers rise up during this state of consciousness. Mark lesson as complete. Next lesson Module 8 Assessment. Part 1, Intuition and Healing. Learning Objectives. At the end of this module, you will understand how to apply your intuition to heal, and to make good decisions that benefit your future. Be familiar with how to use intuition to assess relationships, and know whether someone is a good romantic match for you. Know how to apply your intuitive powers to gain clarity about your life's direction. Intuition and healing. Let's work on using intuition to heal, and to decipher what it is that we even need to heal. Often, figuring out what needs healing, and the fulcrum point, is the biggest part of actually healing. Something may be wrong, but we may not understand exactly what. The fulcrum point is what needs to change to let the symptoms go. For example, you may have pain in various points of your body, but the fulcrum point, surprisingly, is the gut. When you heal that, the other pains leave. Intuition is a powerful tool that can help us gather insight about anything we want to create, change, or do in our lives. It's like having a cosmic library at our fingertips. Intuition can help us figure out what parts of ourselves need adjustment when it comes to our health. Health is a composite of many things, and a strong metaphor to understand one's health is to realize it is an ecosystem of interrelated elements that all work in harmony. When one element is out of balance, our entire system is affected. But sometimes it is difficult to identify just which element is out of balance, and when you do, what to actually do about it. Where is the headache coming from? Why do I have chronic pain I can't get rid of? How can I lose weight and be healthy? Is it possible to heal my eyesight so I don't need glasses anymore? Why do I feel so anxious, and what is the cause? Healing is not only about the physical body but the mental and emotional as well. Thus, for true healing, this trinity must be examined. These three realms make up your ecosystem, and when you heal, you will need to take them all into account. Say you aren't sleeping well at night. You may need to act in the physical realm, such as get a massage to help relax you or take magnesium before bed to support the nervous system, but in conjunction with these, you may also need to work on alchemizing fear in the emotional body and changing an old thought pattern of worry that you get stuck in. These three actions across the ecosystem are all harmonized and working to change the same issue. Let's try a technique that you can adapt to work on any health issue, and one that uses intuition to assess physical, mental, and emotional factors. Healing with intuition. Try this technique to work with your body to heal it using your intuition. Step 1. Scanning the body. Sit quietly and close your eyes. Scan the body with your internal awareness, noting anything that hurts, is closed, contracted, or has tension. Anything that is not free, open, and harmonious should be noted. These are the physical health issues that you can feel. Don't judge, use this stage to simply feel through your body with your awareness and mind, scanning it entirely, and taking note of how it is feeling. Are you feeling off-centered? Where is there contraction or asymmetry? Is there any fiery or icy sensation? Anything constricted or limited? How does the breath move through the body? Are there any snags or places where it feels like it is not quite reaching? Make a note of everything you can in your awareness. Don't rush this step, you can take a good 5 to 10 minutes, really checking out every area of your body. Step 2. Activation. Let's activate the mind and body now, to prepare for first figuring out what is wrong, and then figuring out how to heal it. Stand up and raise your arms up straight to the sky. Lift one knee up and bring the opposite elbow down to touch the raised knee, then return the hand to the sky and place the leg back down. Repeat on the other side. This is a zero-impact activity that will balance the two hemispheres of the brain as it works with harmonizing the left and right sides of your body. As you do this exercise, inhale as the leg and arm meet, then exhale as they come down, and the opposite leg and arm meet. Inhale again as the opposite arm and knee meet. Do this exercise for 2 to 4 minutes. If you need to take a break, stop and rest, but then continue for the entire 4 minutes if you can. You are basically marching in place, and connecting the opposite arm and leg awakens both hemispheres of the brain. If you can't figure out the breath, just try to inhale and exhale with the movement as best you can. Step 3. Relaxation. Now lie flat on your back. Relax entirely. Put yourself in a totally relaxed state, even approaching theta state, but just before it. You want to put your body into a state of feeling trust and being open and receptive. Being in this state will help you as you work with its guidance to understand what is wrong and how to fix it. Perform long, deep breathing for 1 to 2 minutes. This type of breath pattern is simply slowing down your breathing and making the inhales and the exhales as long and slow as you can. Let the exhale extend and let your whole body drop down deep into relaxation. Let your inhale be long and slow. However, don't rush or force your breathing to become slow or long. Allow it to happen naturally as you relax further and further. Step 4. Body part awareness. You may have more than one health issue to work with, and it is most likely that all of them are related to one another, but we can start with simply one element. Focus on the physical part of the body that has a problem you want to work with. It could be a tight chest, pain in the shoulder blades and neck, sharp shooting pains in the knees, a general sense of tiredness and exhaustion, restriction in a limb or joint, aching in the gums or teeth, a problem hearing on one side, anything. Inhale and exhale into that area of the body. Feel it with your awareness and allow your awareness to assess it entirely. First, note how it feels, the way you did in the first part when you scanned your body. Does it feel constricted, limited, on fire, or in pain? Pay close attention and describe the sensations to yourself. This feels constricted. This feels limited. This feels hateful. This feels hard. This feels worried. This feels anxious. This feels like it's on fire. This burns. This aches. This hurts. This feels constrained. Step 5. Correlate an emotion with the area. Describe it very well to yourself and then ask yourself, how does this make me feel? You may have inadvertently answered this question in the last step because often, we will describe how something feels with emotions. How the sensations feel and describing the sensation, as answered in the last step, may be exactly the same as how it makes you feel in your emotions. Indeed, most of the time, they are two versions of the same question. How the sensations feel is often how it makes you feel emotionally. It may make you feel alone, scared, constricted, limited, helpless, worried, angry, upset, anxious, or any other feeling at all. Take your time, feel how it makes you feel. How the sensations feel may be slightly different from the emotion as well. For example, say there is a part that feels constricted and tight. Emotionally, this may make you feel helpless or unable to cope with something. Now, ask the area a question about why it feels the way it does, and why it makes you feel this way. You can ask any variation of the following questions to get to know the emotion that correlates with the physical pain. Why do you feel this way? What happened to make you feel this way? How can I help you? Is there something I can do to make you feel better? What do you need? What do I need? What can I do other than listening to help this change? What would make you feel safe to change and heal? How can we feel better together? You may receive insight after asking each question. Don't feel limited to only these questions. Allow the sensation and how you feel to really dictate what you are asking. Add more questions after an answer is given. The point is to investigate the painful or problem area, link this problem to one of your emotions, and receive insight about all of this. Don't rush the answers. Stay relaxed and stay with your breath. If you get distracted, return to the area with your awareness and breath. Talk to it and remain open to its responses. If you aren't getting any, just pretend you are that part of the body and talk back to yourself. You already know, so speak up. Step 6. Action. You may need to take action to help the area, and for most healing results, you need to take action on physical, mental, and emotional levels. Once you have a general sense of the problem and the correlated emotion after step 5, specifically look at what changes you should make in your life to address this issue across the vectors of physical changes, emotional changes, and mental changes. You can now refine your questioning to come up with a plan. Ask further questions about what you need to do and what actions you need to take. How can I take action in the physical to help this? How can I help on the emotional side? How can my mind help with this? Come up with different questions that work and be open to the answers in the following steps. Step 7. Physical changes. Ask, what physical changes do I need to make to help you heal? Allow the intuition to arise. You can focus on your heart for this type of intuitive guidance and allow your soul to bring you sensations, ideas, or images. You can also combine any of the techniques we have used in this course, such as listening with your activated ears for an inner voice to answer, raising your awareness to the top of the head to download an answer, or just focusing on the heart. For most people, when exploring healing matters regarding the body, the heart is the place to ask, as in most cases, there will be emotional issues related to the problem, and the heart is where the old emotional trauma is stored. The origin of a high percentage of ill health or physical issues is psychoenergetic, which means the origins are in the mental and emotional realms. The psychoenergetic roots of healing are roots that spread from the emotional realm to the mental and physical. Often, negative emotions are actually the origin of a physical problem. To address the physical side of things, you may need to make changes in your diet. Ask what kinds. You may need to eat less, stop eating before bed, or eat more protein and less processed foods. You may need something specific, like iron or magnesium. You may need to exercise more, stretch more, or perform more self-care like baths, havening, showers, or being kind to your body. You may need to get out in nature more, explore different environments, or walk with a different type of posture. There are many physical changes you can make to help address it. Remain connected to your heart as you ask what physical changes to make to heal this issue. Your heart and body will tell you, and you may also need creative thinking as well. Step 8. Emotional changes. Ask, what emotional changes do you need to make to heal this issue? The emotion that the pain or issue makes you feel needs to be listened to and then reversed to heal it. If the body part feels constricted and is connected to the emotional sense of frustration that you can't do something, you will want to encompass that emotion with something that will elevate it, such as compassion or a sense of conviction and positivity. This is a technique of shifting from negative to positive emotions. Whatever the emotion is, see if you can find a higher, positive emotion that will, in a sense, hug or caress the negative emotion and switch it from negative to positive. When you feel the negative one, inhale and generate a positive emotion and surround the negative. Don't force the negative to change, just marinate it in the positive emotion. Use your intuition to decide which positive emotion you can apply to the negative one that feels the most appropriate. Jealousy may require generosity or humility, hatred may require forgiveness, resentment may require appreciation, and judgment or criticism may require compassion. If you aren't sure, compassion is an emotion that usually works on most negative emotions. Ask your heart how you can best make emotional changes in your life and do so. You can also ask your heart what other changes you need to make, such as being more giving in your life, expanding your sense of self-love if you are very self-critical, and how to do that, or extending forgiveness to someone who hurt you if you are holding a grudge. Record your insights in your journal and commit to making the changes and taking action. Step 9. Mental changes. Do the same with your mind, asking the area of the body if there is a particular mental pattern connected to the emotion and physical issue. See what images or thoughts arise. The emotion of hatred may have arisen because of your critical self-talk, so your action, in that case, would be to replace negative inner dialogue with positive affirmations. See if you can spot the mental pattern that is influencing your health in negative ways, and ask your heart and body the best way to change it. Listen carefully to your heart when it gives you ideas. They often seem simple, and you wonder, how can just doing that help? The small act of tithing can help if you are hoarding energy or money. The small act of volunteering with animals can give huge emotional healing. Little things can make big shifts, so trust your heart's intuition to guide you. Intuition and decision-making. Intuition can help us make good decisions in our life, whatever those decisions are about. There always seems to be one direction we might take. There are many paths and many possible branchings, all requiring us to choose which journey to take or which path to go on. How do we choose the right way? What way is best? We are faced with so many options sometimes that it can be overwhelming. Many of the possibilities or ways forward may seem good to us, but how can we decipher the one that is most aligned to our soul? With intuition, you can trust your own body to tell you. Let's work with making decisions that benefit you. Intuitive decision-making techniques. Eating your decision. Here's a technique to make a decision using your intuition. Make the problem or question clear and state it to yourself. Then, figure out a few solutions that you are trying to decide between. Pretend each solution is a type of food, then eat it. Pay attention to how the food makes you feel. And pay attention to the type of food you eat for each solution, as they will be different. Did the food taste delicious and make you feel satisfied and wonderful? Did the food have a pleasant taste you wanted more of? Or did it feel unpleasant and make you feel sick to your stomach? The positive sensations are indicative of which solution or decision may be better for you. Try this out with a decision you have to make or a problem you are trying to solve. If the food metaphor isn't your favorite, you can alter this same technique with something else. Pretend the solutions or possible choices are songs. Which one do you love the most? Which makes you get up and dance? Or pretend the various solutions are animals. Which one do you most want to be friends with? Is one of the animals unapproachable? What does the animal do in your mind? If it withdraws, is bored, not interested, or is aggressive or emotional, it may mean that decision is not the best one. Change this technique to any metaphor you want or work directly with the food metaphor to help you make a choice that is best for you. Your symbol of yes. Create your own symbol that says, yes, do this. You can think of this symbol as your positive guide to decision making. When you have your symbol of yes, you can quickly check it when making a decision, even if you are trying to decide something quite simple. Choosing between ingredients for a meal at the grocery store. You can quickly check your yes symbol. A friend asks you out on a date on Saturday. Check your yes symbol. To create your yes symbol, first, sit quietly and begin to breathe. Feel your breath washing over your heart. Feel your sense of happiness and harmony and truth. Feel imbued with the life energy from your breath as you inhale. Now, place your hand on your heart. Ask for a symbol that will represent the state of yes, truth, and action. Breathe for a while and let an image come to you. Be sure to investigate this symbol or image from all sides. See the light reflecting off it, pay attention to whether there is texture or depth, notice if it moves or is still. It could be any kind of image or symbol, don't limit yourself. Let this image be the indicator of your own inner yes. Once you are done, draw a picture of your symbol. If it is a complex image, you can simplify it for the drawing. You can now use this symbol in various ways for decision making. You can imagine a potential choice, and then impose the symbol on top of the choice you are imagining. Pay attention to how the symbol looks and how you feel when the two are joined. Does the symbol warp, change its shape, or shift? Or does it hold its shape and shine brightly, indicating a yes? Decide on how you want your symbol to appear when it indicates a yes. Remember, the symbol is a representation of your internal state of positivity and truth, and it signals the right decision for you. Try this out with a number of small, simple decisions in your life to get the hang of it, then try it with some of the larger ones. To fine-tune this, now do the same with a no symbol and choose one that represents a definite no, don't go this way. Now that you have both a yes and no symbol, when you ask a question, you can see which one pops up in your mind. Part 2, Relationships and Life Direction. Relationships are a powerful form of communion, connection, and intimacy. They are also tricky to navigate, and many of us struggle with them. We may find them hard to keep, hard to leave, or we may find it hard to locate a person who is a good match for us. How can we use our intuition when selecting a mate and figuring out if they are right for us? The best thing is that our intuition is always telling us. People often talk about red flags and how they saw all the signs but ignored them because they didn't want to admit the truth to themselves. Often, we brush aside our intuition when it comes to relationships because we are afraid that the truth will cause change, and that can be scary. If we admit the truth, will we lose someone? Will we have to move on? Will we have to confront them, and we are afraid of that? Intuition is always working to tell you whether something is right or wrong, particularly in relationships. That said, you can't expect relationships to flow smoothly all the time. They won't and they can't. It's truly rare for any relationship to have no bumps at all. We have to learn to work with each other, and that can be a challenge, so don't think that every little negativity or bump in the road is your intuition saying no. Let's look at a few ways intuition can help you decide if your partner, someone you are interested in, someone you are dating, or even someone you've been with for a while, is right for you. Are they the correct choice for you? Let's find out. The following techniques are more for romantic-type relationships, but the methods can work for assessing other types of relationships as well, so you can adapt them. Using your intuition to assess a relationship. Conviction factor. The conviction factor is related to your gut instinct about someone. A good time to really listen to it is when you first start dating someone. You will find yourself experiencing a degree of certainty or uncertainty about whether someone is right for you, and your gut will be in charge of this decision or knowing. If you have total certainty, your conviction factor is high. On the other hand, if you find yourself repeatedly questioning the relationship, you may lack conviction in that person. Now don't force this, because at the beginning of a relationship, as you get to know someone, you may truly not know if they are the right one, and that's fine. But after a while, as you date, if you still feel some uncertainty regarding whether they are right for you, they probably aren't. Tap into your gut instinct and how much certainty and conviction you have in them. To do this, you can also pay attention to subtle clues when you are with them. Do you feel safe with them, or uneasy? If you feel unsure or uneasy around them, or as if you are pretending, this is your intuition telling you no. Try this. Very quickly ask yourself, is this person right for me? Demand that you answer yourself out loud right away. Do not think about the answer. Do not ponder. Answer right away. Say yes or no. Trust the answer. You already know. Intuition from the eyes. You can also use your intuition by looking into their eyes. The eyes are windows to the soul, and a lot of information is encoded in a simple gaze. Ask if they are right for you and look in their eyes. How do they look at you? Are their eyes decent and trustworthy? Are they authentic and true? Are they honest? The eyes show the inner character, and your intuition can read the person through their eyes. Your eyes will connect with the right pair of eyes, and you will read and feel a lot through this process. If the relationship is new, don't force it. And you can try this more than once. You can read other types of information in someone's eyes as well, so if you like this technique, adapt it to gain intuition about other things. Give your best friend advice. One way to access your intuition is to pretend you are another person, or to pretend you are giving advice about your own situation. You could try this exercise. Pretend that your best friend is dating this person and not you. Pretend to talk to your best friend and give them advice about whether the person is right for them or not. Often, we slip up when it's about us, but we can gain some perspective when we give advice to someone else or gain a bit of distance from the situation. Notice what advice you give them. Did you point out that they never text you back and you always let it slide? Did you mention that they cheated on their last partner? Did you mention that you, for no reason whatsoever, absolutely loathe their shoes? Or perhaps you noted how much you smile when you are around them, how much they make you laugh, and how they do silly things for you like bringing you funny gifts home, and it makes your heart soar. You can sometimes access your intuition by pretending you are another person as well. Pretend you are a guide that you look up to. This could be a religious or spiritual figure, your own inner self or higher self, an angel or ascended master, or someone on earth, such as a leader. It could also be an archetype such as the mother, the mage, the guide, or the counselor. Pretend you are this archetype and talk to yourself about your relationship. What does the guide say to you? Let them tell you all about it, whether it is going to work out, and whether it is good for you to stay in the relationship or not. Tune into their energy. When you are apart from them, tune into their energy. As you are falling asleep or in a meditative state, pay attention to their energy. See how it feels from afar. Do you feel good, excited, harmonious, and happy as you tune into it? Does it feel anxious or scattered, or does tuning into their energy make you feel that way? You can also tune into them to see if they are tuning into you. Are they into you? Did you hear your text ping and absolutely know it was them, or did you hear the text, think it was them, but it wasn't? When they aren't around is a good time to tune into how their energy truly is, and how it makes you feel. You can use your activated imagination to feel yourself with them, and see how their energy is. If they withdraw or you get a sinking feeling in your heart, or a feeling of dread or sadness, it may be your intuition saying, not this person. Create a preference list. Create a preference list of your perfect partner, and what you want in a relationship. You can do this even before you meet anyone. When you do meet someone, and you are intuitively trying to assess if they are right for you, allow every time they meet one of the criteria on your preference list to speak to your heart. Does it create a sensation in your heart when you said you wanted someone who loves books and they are a writer? Does it make your heart leap when you said you wanted funny, and they make you laugh till you cry? You should also have some things on your list you don't want, and that you promise yourself you will not tolerate. Perhaps you can't tolerate smoking or drug use, a disgusting or truly messy home or apartment, or treating kids and animals in cruel or unaware ways. If they then do something on the no list, allow this to be a red flag, and let it be an intuitive sign that creates a sensation in your body. Pay attention to the sensation in your body. Did it make you feel sad, down, or negative? That's your intuition saying no. Your life's direction. Let's use intuition to tune into your life's direction. Sometimes, what choices we should make when it comes to the big decisions seem overwhelming. Career choices, relationship choices, health choices, living context, it can all be overwhelming. What is your direction? What do you truly want? And is what you think you want merely cleverly hiding your true aspirations, the ones that come from your deepest soul? What is your life's direction? You can think of this direction as a resonance about your deeper purpose. It isn't necessarily career, work, or family, but it could be about all of those things. But even deeper than how these play out is your own spiritual and inner harmonious resonance with your soul and your innate purpose as a life form. When you connect with this innate purpose that lives at the core of you, you are connecting with your soul and your compass. This internal compass creates your life's direction because it helps you unerringly navigate through the ups and downs, highs and lows, and challenges and celebrations of life. In fact, tapping into this internal compass will heighten your intuition, almost like nothing else. Why? Because it imbues you with inner soul knowing that comes easily. When you are connected to your soul and your direction, you will find that you will simply know what is right and what is wrong for you on your journey. Accessing intuition about your life's direction can only come when you tune into your soul. Let's work with tuning into your soul and your inner vibratory compass. When you do this, your life's direction will become clear to you. Intuition from your future self. Tapping into your soul's guidance and your central harmony is a key tactic to developing intuition and your own inner knowing. You can try this exercise to tune into your life's direction. Step 1. Square breathing. Begin with square breathing to harmonize yourself to your higher mind, your deepest heart, and your soul. Inhale for a count of 4, hold for a count of 4, exhale for a count of 4, hold out for a count of 4. Repeat this breathing pattern for about 2 to 3 minutes, then return to normal breathing. If you feel relaxed and present and open to your heart, you can move on. Otherwise, repeat the square breathing a few more times. You can do it for as long as you want, and the longer you do it, the more connected and infused with breath and heart intelligence you will be, but don't force it or feel you have to keep going. Sometimes less is more. Step 2. Heart connection. Put your hand on your heart and feel your connection to your soul, however you define this. With every breath, feel your soul infusing your body until you are permeated with its presence. Go still and feel your soul. Imagine it. What does it look like to you? Feel and imagine your soul as you breathe in and out. Ask yourself what you want in your life, at the very root and fundamental part of things. You may want a relationship, but the fundamental of that is that you want to be loved. You may want a good career, but the fundamental of that is you want to be safe or to learn things. You may want to write a book, but the fundamental of that is you want to be allowed to be creative to create value for others. Talk to your soul as if it is you and your soul, two separate entities. Let your soul tell you what it wants and you tell it what you want. Let the conversation flow, and let what each of you says to modulate your next question and your next response. Feel a sense of open flowing heart as you connect. See if you can come to understand what is truly important to you. Now, ask your soul about how you can bring value to the world in a way that lifts your heart. Listen carefully for this response. Bringing and creating value on earth is part of the soul's innate purpose, so when you really work on understanding the answer to this question, you will have a sense of your life's purpose and direction. Ask this question again in 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, and 5 years. Keep realigning to the answer as it may change. Step 3. Guidance from your future self. Now, imagine that your soul has lived your future already. Continue the dialogue, asking your future self whatever you want to know about your future, the future that is best for you. Ask your future self to take you to show you an image of how and where you live, and what you are doing. Follow them wherever they go on earth. See how you are living, with whom, and what you are doing. Pay close attention to the scene, and get as close to it as you need. Stay as long as you like. Step 4. Record your impressions of your life's direction. When you return to the present, record your ideas and impressions about your life's direction, based on what your soul and future self told you, the images you saw, and the feelings of what is important to you, and how you think you can create value for others in this life. Your soul's voice will always be centered in the resonance of love, so tap into this feeling as you look forward into your life. What do you love? What would you love to create? What skill do you have to share value with the world? Now, choose an intuitive technique to gather even further insights about this topic. You may want to choose to use your dreams. Ask a question about your life's direction, then dream it. Now, use creative work. Ask what your life's direction is, then draw it, paint it, dance it, sing it, imagine it, and ground it into a symbol or a sign. You can keep this simple by just doodling it in your journal, writing down 7 keywords about it, or painting a picture of it. Mark lesson as complete. 1. Receiving superconscious guidance. Learning objectives. At the end of this module, you will understand how to receive superconscious guidance from your own inner self, and be aware of how to translate mistakes and shadows into creative strength. Be familiar with how to actualize your own presence and intuitive genius by activating the breath body to awaken your inner power. Understand how intuition's power is greatest in the now, and how to embody intuition in every moment of your life, to uplift your reality with connection, meaning, and wonder. Receiving superconscious guidance. Accessing superconscious guidance has been touched upon already in this course in various ways. Whenever you touch your heart, tap into your soul, and reach for your higher mind, you are accessing superconscious guidance. Superconscious guidance can be any kind of guidance from any kind of guide from higher realms and states of being and consciousness. This could be the universe, God, your soul, your light buddy, your higher self, angels, or however you choose to conceptualize working with higher consciousness. The main steps or ways to access superconscious guidance are to create an intent, create a magnet to attract the higher consciousness, align and attune yourself to the higher vibration, and translate or recognize the answers that you are open to receive. Let's create a temple to attract your soul, create spiritual resonance, activate your imagination, and allow you to receive its superconscious guidance. The Temple of the Soul. Step 1. Relax. Relax your body. Pay attention to the rise and fall of your breath. Notice the electromagnetic field of your heart. Feel your heart beating. Decide to generate a feeling of harmony. Feel enveloped by an open heart. Relax and soften your muscles, cells, and skin. Let your exhales become long and light. You could be lying down for this in meditative pose or any other comfortable position. Step 2. Align with appreciation. Align with the higher harmony of your heart by generating a feeling of appreciation in your body. Appreciation is a channel to your higher self. Feel fully present in your body yet connected to divine intelligence and the higher fields of consciousness. Feel connected to the sky and the heavens and the Father above. And feel connected to the earth and the ground and the Mother below. Inhale harmonious energy in your breath and let it wash over you. Step 3. Creating the temple. Now create a temple in your imagination. Imagine it any way that feels good to you. This temple could be a dome with windows on every side, it could be a palace in a desert, a castle, a tiny hut, or something metadimensional and difficult to describe. It could be made with light, darkness, poems, wonder, and hope. It could look however you want it to, but it should feel like the place you can commune with your soul, and with divine consciousness, however you define that. Imagine this temple is located in your heart. The only rule about creating it is that you have to love every part of this temple. And when you are inside it, you should feel a spiritual or resonant connection to the divine parts of you, to the source, to the great mystery, and to your soul. Step 4. Align to the 4 directions. In the temple, sit in the seat that is there. Align yourself to the 4 directions of north, south, east, west, as well as the 3 extra directions, up, down, and within. Feel yourself aligned in the center of all things. Inhale from the top of the head, and let divine energy enter you. Inhale from the earth below, and feel connected to the ground. Look out the windows in the temple and see a natural landscape of some kind. It can be anything, cosmic stars, fields of flowers, or the edge of the sea. Anything you want. It can also change views if you'd like. Feel present and loved. This is the temple in your heart, and it is where you can meet with your soul and divine superconscious guidance that comes from within your own heart. Step 4. Call for the connection. Now call for the connection with your inner self, your soul, the universe, God, spirit, or source. Use whatever word or words that help you feel like you can talk to this entity, intelligence, or mystery. Know that you are one with all things. Know that you are supported. Feel bright, safe, good, expansive, and tap into the state of wonder. Feel the connection and visualize it in whatever way you imagine it. This could look like entirely different things to each person. Light may be involved in some way. Step 4. Intention. Focus on your intention or what guidance you need. Feel your sense of incompleteness as you are seeking guidance or an answer. State the intention with clarity. Ask the source or higher powers directly for the help you need. Know with 100% conviction you will be answered. Your answer may not look like what you want it to, but you will be answered. As soon as you ask the higher realms for help or guidance, they will immediately respond. Please read that again. Know they are with you and responding. If you can't translate their presence into an answer, it's okay. Knowing they are with you and responding is, in itself, part of the guidance you require. Allow yourself to be receptive by having no doubts that you are answered, and are instead supported by your soul and the divine. Step 5. Consciously recognizing the answer. Feel and trust that the answer will come to be clear to you. It may be a thought, image, feeling, or any form. Don't judge the form, and don't expect it any particular way. Trust that it will come to you how you need it. It could come to you from any of your sensory modes, through the top of the head, through the heart, as an inner voice, or as an inner knowing. It could come somehow in your outer reality, a sudden song playing, a bird call, a shift of light, a ladybird that lands on your arm. The answer could come from a being from another dimension or from one in this dimension. Keep your heart open and know your soul is giving you the answer. Step 6. Make the answer real. To really ground the answer and make it real, it is good to do something with your intuitive answer in the physical world to ground it in reality. You could make art with it, turn it into a poem or a letter, or just write it down, speak it aloud to yourself, or somehow work with it, so it's not just a fleeting intuition but becomes something else in the physical. As you work with it, you may find yourself tapping into new and hidden dimensions of the answer. Step 7. Appreciation and action. Send appreciation to the universe for its presence in your life and its unfailing support. Appreciate your human self, your divine or higher self, and the vast mystery of life. Now, implement any information that you intuitively received into your life. Don't neglect to take action that is appropriate. This is a vital step, and it will do two things. It will help you make the change you were seeking. It will show your higher self, soul, or the universe that you are serious about listening to its guidance, and it will increase its attempts to communicate with you and intensify its presence in your life. Translating mistakes into intuition. Mistakes are essential to a creative life, and to intuition specifically. What we may label as a mistake is often the way the universe is communicating with us. Yes, really. Mistakes are like tiny little glitches in an otherwise smooth experience. These bumps are sometimes trying to get our attention as they are like little notes from the universe. Pay attention. They say, we often want to get things right, but failures, setbacks, or what we call mistakes can actually set up the conditions for the right kind of success at the right time. They can also be a deep source of learning. For example, sometimes failing at creating an art piece will get you to keep trying, and as you do, you tap into a new style that you would never have thought of before. This may even have occurred after a mistake. Say you splat paint accidentally and then smeared it in frustration. As you stare at the ink blot, you see something new. A character emerges out of the mistake. You grab your pen and add antennae, a staff and a hat, and suddenly you have created a fairy creature you have never seen before. Alchemical mistakes as fuel for shadow transformation. In more spiritual or alchemical ways of thinking, mistakes are absolutely a learning curriculum for the soul. Say you made the mistake of hurting your best friend. It was something terribly wrong, and you feel sorry for it, but your best friend cuts you off. What a mistake! How could such a thing be rendered positive or useful at all? How can it help us with intuition? Isn't a bad thing just a bad thing? Yes and no. We don't want to take away from the trauma or sorrow of certain mistakes, not at all. Yet they can still be rendered purposeful and divine. Mistakes like these can be seen as an experience designed by the soul to help you grow. You can't change it, it happened. So, if you examine the mistake and the experiences surrounding it, you will see you have been given opportunities to listen to your spiritual intuition about how to make real changes in your life to mature and grow. Let's take an example, and then we can do an exercise to help you tap into the intuition that can come from your biggest life mistakes. Imagine the scenario of the person who hurt their best friend by lying to them and betraying them. Their best friend leaves the relationship and refuses to forgive them, ever. If one uses intuition to tap into the alchemical power of this situation, one will see soul growth is not only possible but necessary just to get through this experience. The person feels shame at what they have done, horror that they betrayed their best friend, sorrow that their friend refuses to love them anymore, grief at the ending of the relationship, and ongoing feelings as the months and possibly years pass. Can they forgive themselves even though their friend could not? Can they heal by loving themselves and forgiving themselves? Is there a way to take action in the world to make amends? This situation is one that requires real healing. As the person works with their soul to find the guidance and intelligence and grace even within such a situation, they grow. They evolve. They mature in a way they could never have, had they not made the mistake. The shadow of wronging their friend is alchemized into the light of their own maturity, forgiveness, and inner wisdom. They realize they would never do such a thing again, they grow. They take better action in the world from now on. They have become a better person because of their mistake. Let's do an exercise to help you activate your intuitive wisdom about how some of your biggest life mistakes were actually teaching you. Channeling intuitive wisdom from mistakes. Step 1. Acknowledge your mistake. If you haven't already, acknowledge one of your mistakes. Do this not only to yourself, but to the people involved and those who were hurt by the mistake. Say sorry. Not on text but in person if you can, or if you can't, at least on the phone or via video call. Acknowledge the mistake and that you made it, are sorry, and are willing to make amends. This may not be possible in certain situations, so just do your best with the context you have. Acknowledge it first and foremost to yourself, then acknowledge it to those concerned. Step 2. Reflection. Play out the experience or scene in your mind and feel whatever you feel about it. That may be shame, guilt, anger, or any other emotion. Allow yourself to feel these. Write each one down and beside them, write down a way to change them into something positive. Shame may turn into compassion and self-forgiveness. It may also change into taking action as reparation. Grief may turn into compassion and acceptance. It may also change into you taking action to heal your sorrow, which could mean journaling, writing, making something creative, talking to a friend or counselor, getting an animal as a pet, creating a community or experience, or many other things. It could also mean honoring the stage of grief you are at. After you have finished reflecting on how you can garner intuition, wisdom, and learning from your actions, bathe yourself and the image of the situation with light, peace, understanding, and acceptance. You are whole. Feel whole even in the midst of feeling broken. Send compassion to the scene in your mind. Send forgiveness and compassion. Step 3. Wisdom. Now, write in your journal about the ways you are healing and embodying wisdom from the mistake. There is no right or wrong way and nothing you have to learn from it. Just ask yourself, if this was here to help me grow, how is it helping me grow? How is it teaching me maturity? How is it bringing me wisdom, insight, and intuition? Write your answers down. You may find you want to turn the insights and intuitive wisdom into a creation of some kind, including art or letters. You may want to write a letter to someone hurt by your mistake. Step 4. Repeat. You can repeat this exercise with all of the mistakes in your life, big or small, to reflect upon them and channel their encoded wisdom. Often the wisdom comes from alchemizing the negative emotion they engendered, thus increasing your capacity for emotional maturity and emotional healing. The emotional body is often the one that is most underdeveloped in humans. People often fluctuate between various negative emotions and can tend to cycle through many of them or stay in them. Learning to generate heart coherence, which is the stability of generating positive emotion, creates an electromagnetic field around you that draws intuition and attracts synchronicity and experience that is transformational. Garnering emotional wisdom also helps create mental wisdom. Really let your intuition work to tell you all the ways you can grow and learn from the mistake. And see if you can turn it specifically into something creative. Make art, create something to make amends, such as a business, a nonprofit, or a sculpture. Make a song, make a decision that will change your life for the better. Let the mistake bring wisdom you can apply in your life. This is maturity, and maturity is making mistakes matter for spiritual and alchemical growth. To Module Overview, Activating Presence, the Breath Body. The breath body is the soul's presence inside the body. When the soul is more present in the body, the human is alive, awake, aware, connected to their purpose and aligned with their vision and mission on the planet. The breath body activates the soul presence and as it does so, the human begins to become more of themselves. How can this be? Aren't we already who we are? Well, yes and no. There is a myth that talks about humans as they are in this day and age, and it says that they are only half alive, that the soul must truly awaken for the human to come fully alive and be present. In most humans, being fully alive and present is not the case. Yes, every human has full access to their soul and presence at any time. In the next section, we will look at some tips for being in the present in your presence. But there is a world of difference between someone who has a soul and someone who is 24/7 connected to their soul. Everyone has a soul and can connect, but many do not. Connection is something you have to actively pursue, activate, and sustain over time. We all do this in various ways, but the spiritual journey to become activated and more soul-like can be augmented and strengthened by working with the breath body. Activating the breath body is activating our presence. In many spiritual traditions, the breath body is considered the soul, or the bridge to the soul. Breath means spirit, and in many creation myths, the human form was first animated by a god or gods breathing life into this sacred vessel of clay or dirt. With the breath came the life and the force. Breath is life force. If we work with the breath to activate other parts of ourselves and the breath body, or soul directly, we will strengthen our connection to our intuition in astounding ways. We highly suggest a breathwork practice that becomes a regular part of your life. In this course, we practice breath of fire and square breathing. If you can, do them regularly. The most intense and all-around important breathwork practice is one we have already learned, square breathing. You know the how of it already, and you know how to do breath of fire as well, but let's examine the why a bit more and see how it works to activate your presence and soul in your life. Breath techniques to activate presence. Square breathing. Square breathing is one of the most potent breathing techniques you can do for so many things. It is multidimensional. It brings you into one-pointed focus, activates the heart and chest area, brings up old stagnant emotions to be healed, infuses the body with oxygen and thus healing, and harmonizes the systems of the body. There are many other benefits also. One of the best reasons to use this technique regularly is its ability to activate the breath body and the presence. Remember that this technique is called square because the pattern is equal. You inhale, hold in, exhale, hold out and continue using the exact same timing in each section of the breathing. The equality of the timing is an intuitive key. Try this breathing technique for 3 to 5 minutes and then ask, what are the equal sides telling me? What intuitions can you garner from the fact that square breathing is about equality of timing? Don't force intuitions on this, but you can ask this question occasionally as you work with the technique, and see what intuitive wisdom and understandings you might derive. They may be related to the soul, your presence and the nature of reality. When you hold your breath, your presence and soul are infusing your body. This exercise actually intensifies your soul within your body. A word of caution, doing this exercise can make your shadows intensify too. Note if this happens and apply as much self-care, self-love, and compassion to yourself as you can while you work through any old and negative thought patterns, emotions, or states of being. It's a healing technique. The other way you can use this technique for arising intuition is in the spaces where you hold your breath. In these moments, you are infusing the body with the answer you are asking for. Feel that. Return to normal breathing, and let whatever you brought into the body to arise to your conscious mind. Work with this breathing technique regularly, and you will activate your breath body and your soul's presence within you. If you do this once or twice a day for 6 months, your life will change as the breath will reorder your life and infuse it with power, spiritual presence, intuition, activation, and wonder. Try it and see. Regular practice is a must for this type of work, as the energy builds up in your system, so don't give up. Get into the habit of this breathing technique. Alternate nostril breathing. This technique is great for both calming and energizing at the same time, as it activates both hemispheres of the brain and both your yin and yang aspects. Close off the right nostril with your right thumb, and inhale through the left nostril. Hold the breath briefly as you switch to close the left nostril with the pointer finger, or pinky finger, and exhale through the right nostril. Then inhale through the right nostril. While you hold at the top, switch to block off the right nostril with your thumb and exhale through the left nostril. Repeat this pattern. You can do this for anywhere from 3 to 15 minutes. Alternate nostril breathing is considered both energizing and activating for your presence, as well as a technique that can calm and clear your busy mind and bring you into the relaxed state of now. The power of intuition in the now. Getting into the present moment means becoming present and embodying your presence. Embodying presence is a powerful way to live, and in one sense, is the end result of all your intuition. Living in presence may be one of the goals of becoming connected to your soul and your intuitive powers. While we can reach to attain many things, perhaps the attainment of presence is the most powerful and fundamental because it can lead to everything else. You can use your intuition for many life changes. You can use it to help you actualize your goals, assess your relationship, and be creative. You can also use it in the now to draw intuition from life in real time. What does this mean? Drawing intuition from the now means embodying the understanding that you have on-demand access to intuition in every moment, and that you can, with subtle awareness, make any stimuli or sensory experience at all bring you intuitive understanding. Take a simple inhale and slowly let it out. As you let it out, notice what is around you. Did you notice your body? A leaf falling? The fact that you are a lot more tired than you think? Did you get a moment's insight to drink more water because you were dehydrated? Bringing yourself into the present moment activates your presence. It is the only point of your power. You cannot make a change other than in the now. You cannot take action other than now. You are present with your soul and your power when you are here, now. Your presence can be thought of as your soul, your light body, or the wholeness and power of the multidimensional you. How can we become more present and thus attuned to a deeper sort of intuition? Here are some ways to do so. Tips for activating presence and intuition in the now. Slow down. Slowing down helps you be here now. Often, we do not realize how much we are rushing. We move from point A to point B without noticing anything in between. We feel that we can only relax once we have done everything. We don't notice our inhale and exhale as we move, or we may even hold the breath and don't notice we are doing so. When we slow our bodies down, our busy minds slow down too. This is important because we return to harmony. Rushing does not help us. We think it helps us get things done, but rushing through things ultimately makes us off kilter and off balance. That is never good for our mental harmony and long-term health. Slowing down is a key way to find intuitive pockets of magic within the matrix of your now. For example, you find you are rushing around trying to find your keys, but then you stop. You slow down. You take a breath. You notice something funny. You are holding them. Or you are in the subway, rushing to catch it. You slow down. You exhale. You notice a sign that otherwise you would not have. The sign says, "We are here." You feel your spiritual guides or one of your ancestors who has passed. Or you are driving to work, angry because someone in front of you is driving slowly. You slow your thoughts. You exhale. You blink and notice what was right in your awareness. The car is red, and you have been working with your first chakra, which corresponds with the color red. Slowing down allows you to come into your breath, your presence, and this allows you to see intuitive pockets where your signs will pop up from the context of your now and become meaningful. Not always, but often, your signs and signals from the universe will happen when you slow time down. You can also use the technique of freeze, which you can say to yourself after asking a question. Go still. Freeze. Notice what you can write in front of you. How is it a sign? Do you see the answer? It's always right with you, right away, right in the moment of now. Slow down and you will see. Do breath work. Do breath work before certain activities or during them. This will help you refocus from your mental distractions back into the now. Do a modified session of square breathing, just one round at certain parts of your day. Decide when you will add this in. It could be at the top of every hour. It could be when you transition between activities. It could be added 7 times a day for 1 minute, as a break from whatever you are doing. Adding the square breathing in certain parts of your day is an excellent way to come into the now and draw intuition from the moment. Waiting in line. Perform square breathing, even just 1 round, and then pay attention. Do you notice a sign? Or are you just more present? Choose times to do this as a ritual, such as while driving, walking, before you turn your computer on, and after you turn it off. You can also do less formal breath work, just by using your breath to move on moments. See if you can stand up as you inhale, or inhale and exhale before you eat, or extend your walking stride with your breath as you stroll. Use the breath to come into the now. It's a powerful anchor and grounds your presence in the intuitive flow of life. Spend time in nature. Spending time in nature is an excellent way to come into the present, slow down, and place yourself in the right context for intuitive ideas. Often when we aren't consciously thinking of the problem and go for a walk in nature, the answer will rise to our conscious minds as we are not actively thinking of the solution or problem. Nature is also an extension of the soul and the heart intelligence realm. The creatures and life forms of nature are connected to planetary intelligence and the life force of all things. Ecosystems, forests, water sources, sky, birds, animals, they are all part of the web of life and provide wonder, communion, and connection if you pay attention. Dream the idea alive, that when you are in nature, you are seen by the universe, and that allies are all around you. Connect with nature as much as you can, even in small ways. Listen without intending to respond. Sometimes we listen to someone else but don't really hear, as we are really just waiting for our chance to jump into the conversation and say what we want to say. It's okay if you do this, many do inadvertently, and you don't have to feel bad about it. But it often means you aren't truly listening. And it also means you will have missed some important signs. In an earlier module, we worked on the skill of intuitive hearing. If you are listening with the intent to talk, you will miss hearing the unsaid words between what is said. You might miss a sign meant for you in the voice, a word, a tone, or an idea or image created in your mind by what is said. Listen truly, with your whole self, to come into the present and to be open to intuitive clues. Create rituals. Creating little rituals for yourself as part of your day is a good way to return to the present moment and feel your presence. These can be elaborate or as simple as making tea with awareness, focusing on what you are doing, then drinking the tea outside while watching the sunrise, sunset, or the light on the leaves of a tree. You may want to say a prayer during this time. This tiny ritual is a small example. You can make rituals for food preparation or eating, or a ritual might be a prayer you make before meditation or before starting your day. It could also be a little dance you make to invoke the universe's presence and your own intuition and soul. It could also be a little game you play with the universe. Create your own ritual, one that helps you come into present awareness and notice intuitive signs about what is actually here and present. Record your ritual in your journal and let it make you feel connected and here. Return to your body. Come back to your body and the breath consistently throughout the day. Inhale and feel it infuse your body. This is now. And then, the next breath is now too. Feel the breath and the body to return to the present at any time. As you reconnect to your body, you will naturally feel a return to the present moment. Conclusion. Intuition is a subtle process. It not only brings you information from often unknown sources, but helps you to decipher it and make it make sense in the context of your life. When you tap into intuition, your life will change radically. Your intuition is already present and ready to nudge and guide you towards a new journey of discovery. A deep purpose within you is ready to unfold. You may have noticed signs and synchronicities directing you towards this inner purpose. You may yearn for more in your life. Perhaps you have been feeling separated from certain aspects of your life or even your whole life. Intuition is the wisdom that comes from the deepest parts of you. It is also the most expansive parts of the universe, accessible when you trust yourself and open to the power that you truly are. You may notice yourself more aware of your life, your past, and your future. You may feel a calling from within to communicate and connect with deeper parts of you because you feel questions arising within your soul, such as, why am I here? What do I really want? How can I make the most of my time here? You may want to use intuition to recreate parts of your life. Intuition can bring us answers and add clarity to our most central and compelling questions. In the first module, you gained an introduction to the architecture of intuition. You came to understand what intuition is and how it is present in your life. You examined common myths about intuition and learned how it works with rational thought and not in opposition to it. You also learned how intuition comes about and investigated the four intuitive senses to understand its many faces. In Module 2, you studied how to create a clear lens, so your intuition gives you correct information. You learned how to clear internal noise and clutter, which can distort your intuition if left unchecked. You came to realize how to interpret signs and information intuitively and accurately, and you worked with the Three Powers meditation to prepare yourself for intuition to arise. The third module gave you the tools to create a worldview to augment your intuitive capacities. You shaped your intuitive worldview to invite and attract intuition, activated synchronous awareness, and opened to the natural flow of insight and information from universal fields. You also framed your mind to the concept of the shared pool of wisdom. In the fourth module, you gained familiarity with your own intuitive feeling through the vibration of your body. You studied the language of the body and came to understand the body's four main reception areas for gathering intuitive information and insight. You also learned how to interpret messages from the body and practiced intuitive embodiment techniques to ground your capacity for this type of intuition. Module 5 helped you develop heart-brain communication. You used these perceptual tools for intuitive insight. You activated your intuitive heart and worked with its power to draw information from non-local sources. You interpreted signs and information using the divinatory, knowing from the heart-mind. In the sixth module, you examined psychic intuition. You learned about your sixth sense and the roles of the sixth chakra for developing your intuition. You developed intuitive hearing and expanded your psychic and intuitive vision along with your imaginative capacities. In Module 7, you examined the intuitive art of play and how play can be used to develop both creativity and intuition. You played with association, correspondence, and relationship. You practiced the Trinity intuition technique, which is the act of uniting opposites to create insight, ideas, and creative or artistic work. You also learned how to access originality from the source to expand your own creative capacities. Module 8 taught you how to access the subconscious mind, which is where all information is stored. You derived intuitive insight from archetypes and symbols. You worked with your dreams and developed your dreaming intuition in order to divine insight and knowledge about your life. In Module 9, you applied your intuitive powers to create desired changes in your life in positive ways. You applied your intuition for healing and used it to help with decision-making. You used intuition to assess relationships and find clarity about your life's direction. In the final module, you aligned with your intuition to assist you towards self-actualization. You received superconscious guidance from your own inner self and learned how to use awareness to translate mistakes and shadows into creative strength. You gained the tools to actualize your own presence by activating the breath, body, and soul. Finally, you learned some tips that enable you to embody intuition in the now. What's next? You can choose many ways forward to use and practice your growing intuition. You may want to continue to work with the meditations and exercises in this course. They are meant to not only catalyze you to invoke your own presence, tap into the subconscious, allow higher vibratory information in, and connect you with your heart intelligence. They are also meant to be practiced regularly, so you can continue to sustain and grow these skills. The first time you practice them, you will have a certain level of results, but if you continue, you will find that your results deepen. So consider sustaining your practices, including using breathwork to activate your inner self and soul. You may also be interested in using your intuition to start a business. You may work with symbol cards such as tarot. Perhaps you took this course to increase your intuitive capacities to help with this work. You may want to use intuition to decide on a career change as well. If you wanted to build a business around the skill of intuition, or simply to use intuition in your own current business or work, you could consider the following ideas. Work with tarot or other oracle cards and use your intuition to help others. Use intuition in your creative work to create the best ideas. Help others access their own superconscious guidance by offering sessions or consulting. Offer and sell creative work that has been made using your intuition. Teach others about creativity and intuition through your own creative work. Consult with others regarding the body's messages and how to listen to the body's signals and use these messages to heal and make a change. Become a dream guide for others or use your own dreaming to augment your creative business. Help others manifest what they need using the power of intuition. You can also use intuition and the intuitive trinity technique to come up with an original business. You can use that technique to write down all your skills and the things you love, then see if you can overlap them to create an original offering. As an example, say someone is very good at intuition, they absolutely love cars, and they are a mechanic. They are also good with people, want to help others and love shopping. An original business, when combining all of these, could be consulting to help other people choose the best car or another product when purchasing. Most people find buying a car or other items stressful, and they aren't sure what they want, so using your intuition to help them could be a valuable business. A different example could be someone who is very intuitive about spaces and organization. They also love decluttering, puttering, cleaning up, and enjoy being in their own community. Such a person might use the intuitive trinity technique to cross all these skills to come up with a business. They might want to create a business where they teach others to reorganize their own spaces, and to help them do it, to create more insight and a greater sense of harmony and zen in their environment. Use the intuitive trinity technique to see what business ideas you can come up with. As you work with intuition in your life, you may find yourself becoming more attuned to increasing creativity, joy, wisdom, and inner peace. These are some of the best reasons to hone your intuitive powers. The creative function of intuition will help you gather information, stretch your capacities by introducing options, and open doors in your life to new possibilities. You will gain insight into your purpose on the planet, your relationships, and your environment. Intuition's greatest power is in the now, and you will more easily return to the present to access its vast yet subtle power. May your intuition guide you to find the greatest source of information available, the one within you. Your intuition will help you open doors in your life. And with courage and a bright heart, you will be ready and able to walk through them to new possibilities and realities.